Good evening. Welcome to a special edition of the Western Standard and Alberta Report. I am Western Standard publisher Derek Fildebrandt, coming to you tonight live from the Western Standard's studio in downtown Calgary. We're going to have full and extensive coverage of Alberta's election this year. It's everybody knows it's going to be right down to the wire. At least we're expecting, if all of the pollsters are correct, and 10 pollsters. They can't all be wrong. So we are expecting a very exciting night. We've got a great lineup of co-hosts and special guests coming to you. Political scientists, political operatives, journalists. Really great team here. Before we get going, though, I want to thank my two favorite sponsors, the Canadian Shooting Sports Association. I've been a member of the CSSA for over a decade because I trust them as Canada's leading firearm owner rights group in Canada. If you're not yet a member of the CSSA, go to cssa-cila.org or do what I do, just Google them and become a member today. This broadcast is also brought to you by Market Commodities. Market Commodities is a Lethbridge, Alberta-based grain, barley, and wheat marketing company. If you are a farmer in Western Canada and you need to get your products to market, check out Market Commodities. They want to buy your grain. Okay, so I want to introduce our core panel tonight, my co-hosts. I'm joined, as you would expect, by Western Standard opinion editor, Nigel Hannaford. How are you, Nigel?
I'm great. It's a great night to be here.
I think so. Also joined by Western Standard's senior Alberta columnist, Corey Morgan. How are you, Corey?
Very good. I've been waiting a long time for this.
Indeed. Thank God it'll all be over soon. But we've got a great lineup of guests coming who are going to come to us throughout the evening. We got our reporters on the ground at both the NDP headquarters in Edmonton and the UCP headquarters here in Calgary. We're going to be going to them. We've got our newsroom staffed up here. We're going to be going to them for results as they come in. But I guess what we'll do here, we're not going to go to them quite yet. We'll go to them soon. But I guess we'll start with you, Nigel. Predictions for tonight.
Slim UCP victory, but very slim.
Very slim. I think that'll be the consensus of the polls at this point. Yeah. You're going to put a number on it? How many seats?
I'll go 49 to 38, but which it doesn't sound so slim. But some of those victories will be very thin, small majorities. Mm-hmm. We're going to have a pretty good idea fairly soon on because, of course, this advanced poll with 750,000. There are 2.8 million eligible voters in Alberta. 70% of them will vote if we do better than last time. So something like 2 million people voting and 750,000, the results will be in very soon. So nobody had a better sample than that.
Yeah, so the polls close at 8 o'clock, and normally we'd have to wait 45 minutes to an hour for the first little tiny polls to trickle in, but it's going to be very different today, Corey, because there's automatic vote tabulating machines for all those advanced polls. Those of us who have voted in advanced polls, you put it into a scanner, they scan it. Now, there is still a paper copy, thankfully, as a backup for recounts, but the initial count is just done by a machine, and those results are going to come to us pretty early on. Let's get your skin in the game. What do you think? What are you expecting to see tonight? And don't hedge your bets too much.
No, and I'm going back. I'll stick to what we did with way back at the start of the campaign with our office pool, and I said 42-35 at that point. I'll stick with that one. And that floated, if you'd asked...
42-35?
Sorry, 52-35. Over the course of the election, in the middle of the campaign, I would have started thinking, I was a little too generous. Things are looking a little rough. But then I'm seeing... the undecideds have closed. People have just accepted, that I believe are going to move towards the UCP. So I believe that's where we're going to land tonight.
Yeah, I know my initial bet on the office poll had the UCP at a majority with 53 seats. My prediction I put out today was at 51. It's so many of these are a crapshoot. So let's talk about the different paths to victory here, because it's it's not just which party gets the most votes. There's actually no Alberta election. There are 87 Alberta elections tonight, and each one of them is a unique race. even though there'll be some commonalities across them. So, Nico, why don't we pull up our from 338, not the map. Let's just pull up the list of ridings there. It's a really smart graphic put together by 338.com. They no, that's the map. Let's bring up the list. There it is. So what you see here, folks, up on the screen is a list of every constituency in Alberta, the 87, and you need 44 seats to get to a majority government. The ones you see in really dark blue are the safe UCP seats. The ones in really dark orange are the safe NDP seats. And, you know, you can use your brain and figure it out. The lighter the color gets in the shade of blue or orange, the closer it is expected to be in that race. And you'll see here the number of toss-ups. The light blue, those are called UCP-leaning toss-ups. The UCP needs to win their core seats, the 2 likely seats, and then only 2 of the toss-ups that the polls are predicting, at least, are going to go the UCP's way. So just 2 toss-ups. For the NDP to win, they've got to win all 4 of the toss-ups leaning their way, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of the toss-ups that are expected or predicted to be leaning to the UCP. It's a very different. The NDP could win tonight, I think, Nigel, but it's a very essentially all of the coin tosses. Every single coin toss in Alberta has to go the NDP's way just to get to a bare majority.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that would, I mean, such things have happened, but they're rare. And I'm sure the UCP is.
We could take the screen down now.
I'm sure the UCP is fairly confident that that is not going to happen because they've done a good campaign. They haven't made any serious mistakes. Neither is the NDP, but nevertheless, it's for that degree of change to happen is kind of a generational thing. You said earlier 44 is a majority, and you're correct. But if you are 44, you've still got to provide a speaker. Mm-hmm. Now you're 43 to 43. You better hope nobody gets cold and stays home.
Yeah, so, that would mean you can't have anyone sick, and
right.
And the speaker would have to probably break every single tie vote. Mm-hmm. So you could do it. BC did it when they had a weird kind of minority/coalition government, but it's a perilous position to govern in the legislature.
It certainly is.
Let's bring up the map from 338.com now. Their predictions. Now, I like these guys. I know a lot of people like polls if the poll favors the side they like. They hate polls. Polls are crap if it doesn't favor their side. But these guys are an aggregator of polls. They kind of take an average of all the major polls out there and try to overlay it as best they can over the ridings to give you an idea of how it's going to break down. So this is what they're predicting. And you'll see there that they're predicting 52 seats for the UCP, 35 seats for the NDP. Now, there's a lot of coin tosses in there where perhaps a couple thousand, even a couple hundred votes could flip a seat one way or another. And what you're seeing is what we've seen so far on the map, the big map of Alberta. Every riding that you can see with the naked eye on that map is blue. They're probably all going blue with the potential exception of Banff, Kananaskis. That's not a regular rural riding. It's got like Canmore and Banff, a bit more of a urban and progressive.
Prentice.
Pardon?
And Prentice. That's mine.
Yeah, Prentice. But I don't think Prentice has got that Canmore Banff feel to it.
No, it's a very different riding from one end to the other, actually. So.
Yeah. But then you see Edmonton, Sea of Orange, and then Calgary. Everyone's coming down to Calgary. Northeast Calgary is, trending orange. South Calgary, at least outside the Beltline, is blue. The real battleground here, if you're really going to drill down even within Calgary, is Northwest Calgary. And a few in the Southeast. So, you got, if the NDP, but for the NDP to win, they've got to flip virtually the entire, I think they have to win essentially every single riding in North Calgary and even a few in the 2 Southeast quadrants. It's a tough way to get there. Okay, well, polls are about to close soon. Why don't we go to Dave Naylor, our news editor in the newsroom. Dave, have you got anything for us here?
May be on fire looking at your background there, but as you say, it's just the waiting game now. polls close shortly, and Western Standard's got reporters everywhere they need to be. So it should be a good night.
Very good. Well, soon we're going to be, once he gets dressed correctly, we're going to go to Jonathan Bradley in at the UCP headquarters in Calgary. He's got to work on a few things before we dare put a camera on him. But we've also got Arthur Green at the NDP headquarters up in Edmonton, going to come in fairly soon. Dave, not Dave. Corey,
Yeah.
Give me the top 3 bellwether constituencies you're looking for. If you're going to name 3 constituencies that if a party wins all 3, they're likely to form government tonight.
Well, if we're looking at Calgary bellwethers, I would look at Calgary Glenmore, of course. That was already a tight one. It, could swing either way this time around as well. That one would be very indicative of what's going on if that ends up going to one party or the other. Calgary Elbow is another interesting one. I mean, that one has swung so many times. It's been the Premier's riding twice. It was Ralph Klein's, it was Redford's, but then it went Liberal for one odd term in 2007. It went Alberta Party for a while. It's gone Conservative again, and then it's been left vacant for a few months. So it's strong Conservative territory, but they might feel a little abused by the Conservatives right now. So, and again, though, I mean, if that can be clinched for the Conservatives, it would look very good. If UCP, if it doesn't, if it goes to NDP, then they really got to start sweating a lot of those other Calgary constituencies.
Give me 2 more.
2 more, boy.
So you're saying Glenmore? Did you say Elbow?
I said both.
Glenmore and Elbow.
Yeah.
What's your third one that you'd be watching?
Perhaps Calgary Bow even. That one's an interesting one. You know, you've got a cabinet minister in there, but you've also got Drew Farrell, who is certainly representative of the NDP, a very solidly, consistently left-leaning person, but she's got name recognition and she's well established in Calgary. And again, it's a riding that could kind of go either way, I think. So if we start seeing results in some of those 3, we'll have a pretty good idea what's happening in this race.
I would agree with Glenmore and Bow is the real bellwethers, but I think the UCP can't afford to lose Elbow. If the NDP wins Elbow tonight, they definitely have to win Elbow to win government, but the UCP does not. If the UCP has to win Glenmore, it has to win Bow. But I think they can't afford to lose Elbow. Yeah,
I just think if either party gets a strong showing and one that swings so much that it would be very indicative of the rest of it.
I don't know if he's ready or not, but perhaps we can go to our Western Standard Alberta legislative reporter Arthur Green up in Edmonton. He is at the NDP headquarters this evening. Let's bring Arthur Green into the broadcast here. Arthur, you're up in Orange headquarters. What are things like up there right now?
Right now, it's pretty quiet in here, Derek. Everyone's just getting set up. It's quite warm here, actually. I had to run across the street to get in, but spirits are high, and people are expecting an NDP win tonight.
So you're in Edmonton, where if you're walking around, if you're walking around the streets of Brooks, you're probably thinking everybody votes UCP. But if you're walking around the streets of Edmonton, you probably think everyone there votes NDP. So, what do you think is driving their positive mood for their side at the NDP headquarters right now?
Optimism, I would say. Everyone is quite optimistic that the NDP is going to form a majority government here in Alberta tonight, and people are in high spirits, Derek. They really believe in Rachel Notley and an NDP government, and that seems to be the consensus here tonight.
Where do you, based on what you're hearing in the room there from NDP headquarters, where do they think their pickups are coming from? I know that they think they have to win Calgary, but are there any seats the NDP really think they have a shot at picking up outside?
Some of the
I think
may be able to pick up is Fort Saskatchewan. They're looking for a win in Fort Saskatchewan. Other seats, of course, would be in Calgary, like you said, but there are some other rural areas. Grand Prairie is another one that I'm hearing amongst people that they're looking for a win there as well.
Grand Prairie. Well, I'll tell you, if Grand Prairie ends up in the NDP category tonight, It's not even close. The NDP have absolutely trounced things. Maybe I'll come to eat my words, but if the NDP wins Grand Prairie tonight, you guys can call me Doris Day for a week.
That's better than what we call you when you're not around.
And there we go. Okay, well, thank you for joining us, Arthur. We'll check back with you soon. At some point, we hope to have Jonathan Bradley in from the UCP headquarters. But I guess let's. Why don't we pull up that from the 338? We'll pull up that graphic showing the path to 44 again here, because I really want people to understand this. This is, I think, the best visible tool to see, not the map. The map is nice. I love coloring in the map. I've always loved coloring in maps since I was a kid. But this is probably the best graphic to help understand what we can expect tonight and the path to victory. So you see all the lightly colored boxes, light blue, light orange. Those are the real toss-ups. And you'll see here, the UCP have just got they've just got an easier path to victory. Nigel, what would be, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Corey earlier. What would be the three bellwethers you look at? The party that wins all three of these ridings you're going to give is likely to be the government.
Well, I was certainly looking at Calgary, Acadia. Tyler Shandro is defending his seat there, and obviously a high-profile cabinet minister, got a history there. That would be one. I also thought that Calgary Bow, again, it's always been a conservative area. There's no bad stuff about Demetrius Nicolaides. He's been a very diligent representative for the people who live there. And if that one goes, then I'd have to say that that's just a general rejection of the UCP. The one that I'm particularly interested in is Calgary Northwest, where Regent Saulnier is defending her seat.
She's not defending a seat. She moved seats. She is not defending a seat. She's trying to hold it for the UCP, but she parachuted out of her current seat, which was going to be lost to is likely going to be lost to the NDP. She parachuted out to another better seat.
Well, we'll see.
But we can't say she's defending her seat.
No, that's you're correct. The reason that I look at that is, it always struck me that she was on out of the contenders for the leadership of the UCP. She was less conservative than all of the others, with the possible exception of Leela here. So maybe she felt she'd go down well in an environment like that, where obviously the NDP is trending well. But maybe they're going to decide to go for the real thing rather than her.
Yeah, hard to say. That whole northwest area, I think, there's a lot of battlegrounds around Calgary. And, as we all know, Calgary is where the vast majority of the battlegrounds in Alberta are right now. But within Calgary, I think it's the northwest that's really in play. And the NDP's just got to sweep it. Corey, what do you think the chances are that the NDP have got to take actually all of north? I think they're going to possibly sweep the northeast, possibly. But they've got to sweep, I think, everything in the northeast and the northwest quadrant. What are the chances that they can pull that off?
I think they're very slim. The northeast, for example, they're looking good in preliminary polls, but that's also the most volatile part of the city as far as voting goes in any direction. That's one of the areas where the local candidates' community connections can very strongly impact the vote in the northeast, is more than the party can. Quite often, the candidates can only have so much impact in their own constituency in the campaign. It's important to get out the vote, meet the voters, but you're still dependent on the party campaign itself. But Northeast Calgary, it's a lot more candidate related, so that could be tough. Some of those things that look orange now, I wouldn't be shocked to see a UCP win or two up in there. Northwest is where it's going to swing.
Well, let's talk Northeast Calgary for a second, because that's a really good point. It's a bit of a trope about Northeast Calgary that it's the ethnic area. But that's because it's largely true. It is made up of, that's where the big, I think, majority of visible minorities and immigrant communities live. And it makes for more complicated politics. It makes it much more difficult to predict things. Now, in the aggregate, polling shows generally visible minority communities lean NDP. Generally, they tend to lean for more left-leaning parties. But there's been exceptions to that. The Conservatives have captured it at least once when Harper won his majority. Kenny did pretty well with them in the 2019 Alberta election. So there's been exceptions to it, but they tend to lean that way. And the polling right now shows visible minorities tend to lean NDP. But it is a total mistake to think all visible minorities are just some homogenous group. It's a total. We got pizza outside the studio here, and it's like a pizza. It's just so complicated. It's a whole smorgasbord, and I think it makes it really difficult. Anyone who's ever done politics in Northeast Calgary, you know this, Corey. It's so difficult to predict it the way you could say Southeast Calgary, Southwest Calgary,
it's
which
a
are
very
more homogenous.
nuanced area, and it can really depend on who the candidate is and community connections and things such as that. So I would be surprised to see any one party sort of sweep the Northeast. There's going to be a speckling, I think, going on up there, and the NDP can't afford a speckling. They have to have a solid win up there. So we'll see.
Nigel, what are outside of Calgary? What would be the key ridings you're watching that could actually be in play?
Well, Slave Lake is one. That's worth watching. Fort Saskatchewan, I heard Arthur mention that one. Surprised me.
I don't think so.
Can't see it, but
If the NDP are winning Fort Saskatchewan, they're winning the election handily.
Yeah.
I don't think they're taking it.
The other one is in Lethbridge East, where Nathan Newdorf, of course, he's the deputy prime minister. Premier. I'll get there. And, it was a bit of I won't say it was a surprise, but he won that seat when everything was going UCP in 2019. Doesn't have a long history of being a safe conservative seat. Good man. I'd hate to see him lose, but I do think that's a possibility.
Okay. Well, we're going to bring in one of our Western Standard Calgary reporters, Jonathan Bradley here. Jonathan Bradley is at the United Conservative Party headquarters at the Big Four buildings down on the Stampede grounds in Calgary here. Jonathan, what's the mood like there on the ground at UCP headquarters?
Well, Derek, it's pretty tame right now. Some supporters are starting to come in. There's been a few people. It just kind of feels like there's some excitement and optimism happening right now. I've run into a few of our friends. Peter McCaffrey's here. There's some other journalists who we've interacted with in the past who are showing up. Results don't start pouring in until 8, but right now the mood feels pretty optimistic.
I know it's a very general question, but what are people telling you on the ground in there? Are they kind of biting their nails thinking it's going to be close, or are they thinking this is in the bag?
Well, people seem to think it's in the bag. I've been hearing talk about people thinking that the UCP are going to win. Obviously not as large as last time. I'm thinking people are saying 50 to 55 seats, which is a sizable majority. I mean, if it's, 44 seats, 45 seats, people aren't going to be too happy. But based on what people are saying, what the polls are saying.
Okay. Anything else you could tell us from on the ground at the UCP headquarters right now?
Well, we're being told the results are going to be coming in at 8. There's some screens going up showing all the candidates competing. Nothing really major at the moment.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jonathan.
You're welcome.
Okay. Nigel, if you are, you were speechwriter to Prime Minister Stephen Harper. If you were Danielle Smith's speechwriter tonight, what are you doing for her?
Well, first of all, I would have 2 speeches. That's what we did in 2015. And unfortunately, we got to use the wrong one as we saw it. But there's a significant difference in the presentation of the NDP and under Rachel Notley and the UCP under Danielle Smith. Danielle Smith has been upbeat throughout the whole thing. Often when the news was not good, she would be asked difficult questions. She'd turn it away with a smile. And I think that is the brand that she has now established. And in victory, she would use that and be magnanimous to those who had done their best. And as she would say something about, we don't have any doubts about the loyalty of the other side to Alberta and the best of Albertans. So you would say that. And the other speech, of course, would be, well, we did our best and the voters are always right.
Okay. Corey, I know you're not much of a speech writer, but if you're writing for Rachel Notley tonight, what kind of speeches are you writing?
Well, I mean, as Nigel said, she'd be writing 2 of them for sure. If Rachel Notley doesn't win this election, I mean, she's really going to have to re-examine her future. So it won't be just a speech of consolation. I think some people will be wondering if she's going to indicate whether she's going to stay in as a leader or not. So how much of that she'd want to cover. As if she wins, well, I guess start to lay out your policy priorities, thanking your voters. I think she's going to stay pretty to the basics there, I would hope. I mean, they're tired from the campaign. Try to put out an optimistic thing, reach out to the rest of Albertans. I mean, both will have to have to say it's been such a fear-mongering campaign. The first thing they have to do is make Albertans feel comfortable. Don't worry, you're in good hands, whoever it might be.
Very good. All right. Well, we're going to be switching out some of our panelists throughout the night. People are going to be coming and going because we had a lot of work to do in the newsroom here. But we're going to be joined by Corey and Nigel again soon. But we're going to throw to Dave Naylor in our newsroom right now, checking in with him. Dave, polls are about to close. Tell us what is going on.
Well, I'm sure there'll be a last-minute rush at many of the voting stations to get the ballot counted or in. There was a problem at one of the polling stations up in the Sunchild area where the polling station didn't open until late, so it's not going to close tonight until 9:46. So as soon as 8 o'clock passes, then we should get a good run of votes from the advanced polls, because they'll be all counted and ready to be released right at 8 o'clock.
Different this time, Dave, because so many of the ballots are in the advanced polls. There was so many of them, but also that they were automatically scanned.
Yeah, correct. So there hopefully won't be any concerns about improper counting or anything like that. I believe our colleague Sean said they will all then take it up to Edmonton and count it again. So we should get fast and accurate results at 7 or 8 o'clock. Sorry.
See you soon. All right. Well, in the studio here, we've got two new panelists. We've got Josh Andrus here from Project Confederation and David Parker here from Take Back Alberta. But before we come to them, I'm going to go to Arthur Green up in Edmonton at the NDP headquarters. Arthur, tell us what's happening in Orangetown.
Right now, Derek, everyone is just starting to pile into the room. It's mostly media here right now. If you can't hear me, it's because it's really loud in this room as all reporters are getting together their election coverage. I'm told the candidates should be showing up here shortly. Again, everyone seems pretty optimistic about a NDP majority government here tonight in Alberta.
I don't know. What are they making of the polls, though? Most polls are not pointing towards an NDP majority government. I mean, there is a possibility of it. There's a path to it, but it's very narrow. Are they just saying the polls are wrong, or what are they thinking?
They're not saying the polls are wrong. Again, I mean, they're saying they're optimistic, Derek, that they're hoping the polls are wrong. Again, the polls say that it would be a minority government. Either the NDP or the UCP, depending on the results tonight. But I mean, the room seems pretty energetic. We've got lots of people here getting ready for a long horse race tonight, I guess. I'm not sure what time everything will wrap up here in Edmonton. Again, the room is starting to fill up and people are starting to trickle in.
Okay, thank you, Arthur. We'll check back with you soon. All right, so in the studio now, we've got Josh Andrus from Project Confederation, David Parker from Take Back Alberta. I'm going to start with you, David. Boy, you have become almost a household name in Alberta. I know you're a longtime Alberta political operator. You've been on a lot of campaigns. I guess the two most prominent ones being the campaign to oust Jason Kenney from the UCP leadership, which was obviously very successful and involved in getting people at least involved in voting in the UCP leadership to replace Jason Kenney, the resultant Danielle Smith. But you guys have been out. What have you guys been doing during the campaign? Because you've been getting a lot of attention in the press.
Well, during the campaign, we've been pretty focused on just encouraging people to get involved. Our whole policy has been, it's not enough to just vote. It's not enough to just talk about the vote. What you need to focus on is you need to focus on recruiting people and persuading people on the ground. So like teaching people how to be organizers, basically. And we've done 78 meetings across the province since January 7th in order to do that, to grow the movement. Of course, there's lots of rules around Elections Alberta and what we're able to do and what we aren't able to do as a third-party advertiser. But we've been mostly focused at just trying to build the movement and encourage people to get involved. We have lots of people who've chosen to do all kinds of things, from teaching people about election scrutineering. That's not part of Take Back Alberta, but people involved with Take Back Alberta have done that. We have people who have been volunteering. People have just been getting engaged, and that's really what we encourage people to do, is be part of their democracy. So
I guess two-part question. What are you expecting to see tonight, and what are you hoping to see tonight?
I'm expecting to see about 47 seats is what I'm predicting for the UCP.
Yeah. That's narrow.
Yeah, I think
very
it's going to be narrower than I'd hoped, but I would say my hope would be 55. That would be what I would really be. I'd be at 55. I also think that it's very possible that Danielle actually beats Jason Kenney's popular vote. I think that is a real possibility.
By percentage or in gross
by
numbers?
percentage, but not in...
By gross numbers, but not percentage?
No, by percentage. I think that it is
Really?
possible. I think that is within the realm of possibility. I think she's far more popular in rural Alberta, and I think she actually has taken the numbers up a little bit in Edmonton. The question will be what happens in Calgary.
Actually, that's an interesting point that I don't think has been given much consideration, because the polls are showing the UCP is holding pretty much more or less their vote from the last time, percentage-wise. What's changed is that the Alberta Party has evaporated and gone.
Exactly.
2015, Josh, the NDP unofficially merged the left by eating the Liberals. And 2019, they digested them. 2023, it looks like now they've eaten the Alberta Party, which got roughly 8-ish% in the last election. They're
not even running candidates everywhere.
Not even close to anywhere. Yeah. How much, Josh, how much of an effect do you think that has? And why do you think the Alberta Party vote has skewed almost entirely to go to the NDP and not to the UCP as that party's collapsed?
Well, I think a lot of it is just polarization within the political system in Alberta. The last 4 years, we've seen really only two parties at the legislature. So they dominate the storylines. They dominate the news coverage. Also, this election campaign, I don't think it's going to work for her, but Rachel Notley has worn blue jeans and blue blazers and pretended to be a conservative. So that kind of does eat into the Alberta Party's vote. I do think also for just political expediency, you're seeing a lot of left-wing voters or even left of center voters just look at the NDP as the only other option to the UCP, which has consolidated the vote and made this a two-horse race. But at the same time, the UCP doesn't have to be concerned about vote splitting. There are other parties running. I think they're competing for maybe 1 to 2% of the vote in the ridings they're in. This is very much a two-horse race, and it's going to come down to how much some of these distractions this campaign, how much these distractions are liabilities to the party vote, and do the Conservatives come home today is really the question for me.
Okay. Well, I'm told that our reporter Jonathan Bradley at the Calgary headquarters, the UCP headquarters in Calgary, has UCP Cabinet Minister Mike Ellis with him. If so, we're going to bring him in just a moment. We'll bring him in, actually. I'm told that the polls have closed. Let's go to Dave Naylor in the newsroom before we go to Jonathan Bradley at the UCP headquarters.
Hey, Derek, the bell has tolled. It is 8 o'clock. Voting is over and the counting has begun. And let's hope they do it quicker than City of Calgary vote counters, because if that's the case, we'll be here till in the early morning hours.
Very good. All right. Thank you, Dave. As we've said, we're expecting a real big flurry of results, quite a few results very early, because there's been so much advanced voting, and it's all been electronically counted. So it's not going to be poor grandma at scrutineer at the polling station
The
doing
only
it.
thing we can confirm is that Derek Fildebrandt will not win Chestermere-Strathmore this election.
I don't think I'm going to do very well this time. Okay, well, we're going to move as soon as he's in front of his camera. We're going to go to Jonathan Bradley at the UCP headquarters, standing by with UCP Cabinet Minister Mike Ellis. Jonathan, you've got Mike Ellis there. What's happening?
Unfortunately, Mike Ellis got dragged aside. He's grabbed to do another interview. But what I can say right now is that the arena is filling up. There's more people coming in. There's just more anticipation, and the vibes are coming. There's more positive
Okay,
vibes
thank you,
coming.
Jonathan. Thank you. All right. So Josh, let's talk. I'm going to go to both of you about this, but the consolidation of the Conservative vote. It was pretty almost entirely consolidated last time under Jason Kenney, but that's because everyone on the UCP gone. But under Jason Kenney, it also broke wide open again. We had the Wild Rose Independence Party, despite having no seats, no money, no real profile or leader with profile, was up around 15 percentage points for a while. There was a real danger that was going to continue to grow. They'd probably get some floor crossings at some point. But with Danielle Smith's ascension as leader, that's come back in. Why don't you tell us about why you think she was able to reconsolidate the Conservative and populist vote, and what she did to do it, and perhaps how perilous it is to try and keep it?
Well, I think Kenny's issue was that once he did consolidate the vote, he almost lost track of what the people were saying on the ground. With the re-election of Justin Trudeau in 2019, there was a populist wave. There was a lot of frustration. I think Kenny had his eggs in the Andrew Scheer basket. That didn't work out. And as he kind of struggled with the Fair Deal panel stuff and COVID, it really created a fracture within the party. Smith came in and with the Wild Rose Independence Party at 20%, made the highlight of her campaign the Alberta Sovereignty Act within a United Canada that was passed in November this year, or of last year. And it's designed to kind of add some protection against federal intrusions into provincial policy jurisdiction. We've seen that over the years with the Impact Assessment Act, the No More Pipeline, which is otherwise known as the No More Pipelines Law. We've seen it with the tanker ban. We've seen it with the carbon tax. We've seen a whole bunch of federal policies that directly intervene in provincial jurisdiction. It's led to job losses and economic chaos within the province of Alberta. So I think there was a lot of frustration directed at the federal government. We saw that even with the convoy to Ottawa and the impact that had on the policies within the United Conservative Party. So I think that's a big reason why Kenny was forced aside. Smith did a good job during the leadership campaign of communicating these issues effectively, of putting a set of policy ideas on the table that brought these people back into the fold. And really, at the end of the day, it does come down to whether or not these policies are enough to hold the coalition together, whether some of the PCs that were in that marriage stick around and show up at the polls, despite a lot of the distracting storylines we've seen in the mainstream media.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I generally agree with that, but David, you've kind of alluded to what could happen if Smith doesn't follow through. So let's just operate on the likely but not guaranteed assumption that she comes through tonight. Now, we know being an Alberta premier, it's a good time. It's not a long time, especially an Alberta Conservative premier. I was running the math today. The last time a Conservative premier in Alberta finished a term was 2004. That was Ralph Klein, his last election. That's the last time a Conservative premier finished an election. I was in high school. Someone born that year, the last time a Conservative
can vote now.
They can vote and die for their country now. It's
Right.
been that long. The last time a premier of any party left office of their own free will without being pushed out in either an election or their own party revolt was Peter Lougheed in 1985, the year I was born. It is a perilous job. Now, so just the history works against anyone who's a Conservative leader trying to stay in their job. But, Smith won the leadership of the UCP on a very populist, anti-establishment wave, anti-Ottawa, anti-lockdowns, anti-mandates. But she's softened a lot of these things to try and appeal to the general electorate. which a lot of people have said was probably necessary, but she softened a lot of these things. What risk is there for Danielle Smith if she comes through tonight? Where's the risk to her leadership? Is it from kind of the Kennyite PC moderates who think she's too radical, or is it from the more right-leaning populist Wild Rose side of the party that expects her to pay up with what she got elected on the leadership for? Where's the danger from?
I think the biggest danger is from the Kenny people, to be honest, because I think they're the ones that don't trust her. I think if you look at the people, Josh made a good point that that the Wild Rose kind of more populist, rural, conservative base is with Danielle right now. They're the ones that are showing up to volunteer. They're the ones that are coming out to vote. And I think that if you look at the people who are upset right now, the people who are calling Danielle Smith crazy, for example, why are they calling Danielle Smith crazy? Because she supported that group of people that you're talking about. So I think after this, if she was to, attack really hard to the left and to try to appease the Kennyites, then we would probably be in a different situation. But I think the real risk comes from people who feel like she's crazy, which, why are people saying that she's crazy? Because she stood up for these people. So I would say right now, the major threat is from the Kenny side.
Okay. All right, we're going to go to we're going to bring in some new panelists soon, but first we're going to go to Arthur Green, our reporter up in Edmonton at the NDP headquarters. Arthur, I don't know. We're going to have to go to Arthur up in NDP headquarters in Edmonton. Arthur, tell us what's happening up there right now.
Again, Derek, people are starting to trickle into the room here. There's lots of hugs and handshakes being given, tons of interviews being done. The Western Standard hasn't been granted any interviews with anybody from the NDP, of course. Other than that, the optimism in the room, spirits seem high. People are friendly. It seems like there's about to be a party breakout here, Derek. But of course, we'll have to wait for the results.
Thank you, Arthur. We're going to go to Jonathan Bradley at the UCP headquarters now. Jonathan, tell us what's going on.
Well, Derek, it's Mike Ellis here.
Oh, we got Mike Ellis there. Just strange lighting. Mike, thank you for joining us tonight.
How you doing?
Very good. Thank you for coming. Mike, you're you've been representing Calgary West since 2015. Actually, no, I think 2014 in the by-election.
14. Yeah,
14. Now you're in battleground Calgary, but your constituency is not considered necessarily a battleground constituency. Although I know you're going to say you don't take any votes for granted. I know that, but
I don't take any for granted. You're right, Derek.
Yeah. But how are you feeling about your chances in the party's overall chances in Calgary tonight?
Yeah, the reality is, Derek, I'm actually very cautiously optimistic. I really saw a turning point right after the debate. That was really noticed at the doors, and I would say that it was even reinforced when we had the kind of the get together on Sutina, that rally where we saw nearly 2,000 people show up, very much, I would say, organically. I had people stopping me from Calgary West saying, we heard about this, we just wanted to show up, and they just want to be a part of the excitement. So the reality is this: I am very optimistic, and obviously cautiously optimistic. That's the policeman in me, Derek. But I am optimistic heading into seeing the results here.
What do you think is driving the tightness of the race in Calgary? Calgary is long thought of as a relatively conservative bastion. Some downtown pockets have voted Liberal in days gone by, or NDP more recently. But and the NDP won a good number of seats, obviously, in Calgary in 2015. But that could be chalked up, at least in part, to a so-called vote split between the Wild Rose and Progressive Conservatives. But what do you think is? Because the NDP is obviously competitive right now. What have you guys? What's been your main counterattack towards the NDP's encroachment in Calgary?
Well, Derek, I think the NDP have been very successful in their fear and smear, which is something that, as you know, very well, that they've been very good at that. Certainly over the last time that I've been in office since 2014. Look, we've been offering people hope and optimism. You know that very much that I have talked about public safety, mental health and addictions, making sure that we're giving people hope and not heroin, making sure that we're making sure that people feel safe in Calgary and Edmonton and rural Alberta, as well as ensuring that we're stewards of the economy when it comes to jobs, the economy, and making sure that there is an actual path in the future to make sure that we have a fiscally stable government, going into the future.
All about your leader and Premier Danielle Smith, saying you can't trust her. She's radical. I think your party, on the other hand, has been trying to kind of reflect the NDP's own record back at it about their inability to responsibly steward the economy and the books. What have you heard at the doors during this campaign? I know you've been campaigning quite a bit in your constituency and possibly in others around Calgary, as well, helping other candidates. What was it you were hearing at the doors, and what were the biggest challenges you were hearing at the doors?
Yeah, well, like I said, we'll call it the campaign that the NDP did as far as fear and smear. Yeah, we were hearing that at the doors. But again, I would say that after the debate, I think people saw somebody who was reasonable and somebody who looked like a real leader of the province. And we saw an immediate turnaround after that debate. This again was demonstrated by the fact that we had so many people show up at that rally.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us tonight, Mike, and best of luck in your Calgary West constituency.
Thanks, Derek. All the best. Good to see you.
Thank you. Okay, well, we've got some new panelists in the studio right now. We've got Chris Sims, Alberta Director of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. Hey, Chris.
Hi, thanks for having us.
Thank you for coming. And we've got DB Cooper. That is Dr. Barry Cooper, political scientist from the University of Calgary. Maybe I'll start with you, Mr. DB Cooper.
Okay.
The debate, I think, was, by most measures, not a huge turning point in the campaign. There was no knockout punch that everyone's looking for and almost never comes in these things. But I think it might be fair to say that the NDP had set, and much of the media had set the bar so low for Danielle Smith. They expected her to come out as the Tasmanian devil, drooling at the mouth. and she came out and appeared, I think, to most reasonable people, to be reasonable, calm, and measured, and chipper. How much of a do you think the debate had much influence on the election?
Well, actually, I think it did, partly because the Conservatives' strategy was really not to get into a debate. It was for Danielle to make the kind of points that she wanted to make, whatever the question was that was supposed to be debated. And I think she did it quite eloquently. I mean, she'd been on talk radio for so long, you'd expect her to be eloquent. And I think she was. On the other hand, Rachel Notley tended to be much more critical in a bad sense, sort of angry, irritated at Danielle. And also, I had the sense that she was irritated that Danielle was doing so well. I think that was part of her problem.
Chris, you've got my old job at the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. And
this is kind of surreal. Yeah.
And I've kind of got your old job. You were at Sun News Network.
I brought them a coffee mug.
Oh, there you go. So similar to the Western Standard one. There we go. You're a taxpayer watchdog. I know what you do here, but this election seemed to be not a lot of talk of fiscal restraint. I mean, Conservatives kind of get a pass on fiscal issues the way the NDP get a pass on social issues, healthcare, education. We just kind of assume, most voters just kind of assume one party is good at one, one's good at the other. It's just kind of brand affiliation parties have with these things. But both parties didn't really do all that much, I think, making the case for any kind of real budget restraint, no?
Well, we were happy to see what the UCP government did before they dissolved into an election. So during the budget, they announced that they would have balanced budget legislation. And this is a big one. It sounds boring, but hear me out, guys. That they would restrain spending to the rate of growth of inflation and population growth. Mm-hmm. That is something, you know, Derek, that the CTF has been asking for since the 1990s. Like the Backstreet Boys were top of the charts when we were saying, folks, can you please rein in your spending to match population growth and the rate of inflation? And then they did it. They passed the budget and they passed the law saying, you know what, we're going to handcuff ourselves. And they said we're going to pay down the debt in a serious way. They're going to put 50% of their cash surplus down onto it. And they'd have balanced budget legislation. So that'll happen just before the writ was dropped. And so we were really pleased at the Taxpayers Federation to see those commitments. Then we heard from the UCP that they wanted to create a new lower bracket of income tax. So your first $60,000 of earnings will be taxed at a lower rate at 8% instead of where it is right now at 10%. That was good. And credit where it is due. The NDP said that they were going to reduce the small business tax down to 0. Unfortunately, during the same announcement, they also announced they were going to increase the regular business tax rate from 8 all the way up to 11%. So we were happy to see some of those commitments. We think it was pretty substantive. It was interesting to see, you mentioned the debate. It was interesting to see Danielle Smith sticking to kind of those points while smiling and talking about substance instead of using a lot more rhetoric. And it's something that I think in communications is important. Show, don't tell. Give substance, don't just talk. And I think that was the difference during the debate, actually.
Okay. Well, I think we've actually got some of the very first polls coming, very first results coming in now. So why don't we go to Dave Naylor, our news editor in the newsroom right now with where we're at.
Starting to get trickle polls coming in, Derek. Right now there's there's 1,900 polls in total. We've got results from 4 of those 1,900 polls. The UCP has 46 of those votes, and New Democrats have 17. The Advantage Party of Alberta chugging right along with 1 vote. So early days yet. And those ridings are rural ridings, Peace River, and Drayton Valley, Devon. So nothing from any cities yet, just the rural ones.
Actually, I'll correct you there. I'm seeing 1 poll reporting from Calgary, Buffalo. 1 vote, just 1 vote from this poll, and it's the UCP. So that means the UCP is winning with 100% of the vote in Calgary, Buffalo, on track to defeat Joe Ceci.
Are we?
I don't know.
Are we going to declare them elected?
Well, you know, I feel maybe a little more confident about those rural ones, but I'm not going to go on quite of a limb and say the UCP is going to win Calgary, Buffalo, the most urban left-leaning riding in Calgary by 100%. So I'm not going to quite go on that yet. Okay, well, I guess we'll just bring up the initial election map showing our leading right now, minus that. So, Nico, why don't we'll bring up the map. I know it's not very much, but actually, the 2 you're really seeing here on the big screen, it might just be 1 poll in each of those reporting. But like, you can almost call those ones right away. That's Drayton Valley, Devon, and Peace River. I'll call them now. I mean, out of respect to the voters, I guess we'll wait for a little more. But I mean, it's
pretty confident.
It's happening. Mr. Cooper, what are you expecting tonight? Beyond the polls are showing what they're showing. But what are you expecting at a more granular level?
Well, that's a very good question because I actually think that things may be a little more volatile, particularly in Calgary, than a lot of the polling has suggested, which means that it seems entirely possible to me that the UCP might do a lot better in Calgary than they have been, than the pollsters have said they're going to do, partly because of the methodology of polling and what is missed, particularly ages. The people that tend to vote more progressively tend to be under or sort of overrepresented in the polls, and the people who vote Conservative tend to be underrepresented. So we could be in for some very interesting upsets, or at least upsets in the sense that they're not what is anticipated by the pollsters.
Okay. Before we go back to you, Chris, I want to go to the UCP headquarters here down at the Big Four in Calgary, where we've got Peter McCaffrey standing by. Peter, thank you for joining us, coming to us from the Calgary headquarters. I know we're only looking at the very, very, very earliest ones yet. Technically, this means the UCP is leading in Calgary-Buffalo by 100% since there's only one vote counted, and it happens to be the UCP. But there's some cheering in the background right now. What are you seeing there right now?
Yeah, it's very early. I hope you can hear me. It is pretty loud here. It's very early so far, so I won't get into any of the details of the actual numbers so far. But one of the things I will be looking at tonight, and this will be where I'll really start to look at some of the early numbers, is Calgary Bow. Calgary Bow is the riding that I'm going to keep my eye on. I could list off all of the tight seats, but Calgary Bow is an interesting one because if the NDP can't win in Calgary Bow, I really think that they don't have a path to win here. They already have a narrower path to get to the 44 that they need. And if they can't get it in Calgary Bow, I think they're really going to struggle in a bunch of other areas. It's also an interesting riding because of the candidates. So you've got Dimitri Nicolaitis, former, current, incumbent for the seat. Has been Advanced Education Minister under both Jason Kenney and Danielle Smith. And his opponent is Drew Farrell, long-time councillor here in Calgary. So if Drew Farrell can't roll a sitting cabinet minister here in Calgary Bow, then I think the NDP is going to have a really tough time in the Western Northwest, and then they don't really have a path to win. So yes, there's a bunch of other tight seats. There's a whole bunch I'll be looking at the numbers specifically, but Calgary Bow in particular, if you want to pick one.
So I'm going to ask you the same questions I asked some of our other guests here. For your top three, oh boy, it's getting noisy there. For your top three bellwether constituencies, so Bow I would include as, so like what are your top, including Bow? Name three constituencies that if one party wins this, they win the night. So you've already named Bow. What are the two other bellwethers you're looking for that if they win that, they're likely got it for the night?
It's hard to name only three, but off the top of my head, if you force me to pick three, I'll go for Bow, Glenmore, and Calgary Cross. If the UCP pick up two of those, it's over. If they pick up three, then it could actually be quite a big win. If the UCP only get one of those, then it might be a tight night.
Very interesting. What are you expecting tonight overall? Like I know there's the polls and we've all got our thoughts, but what are you expecting to see? If you had a six-pack on it, what would be your bet?
My own personal projection is about 50 seats for the UCP, but this is such a weird election. So that 50 seats is based purely off what the polls are showing and assuming the polls are accurate. But it's such a weird election that even a small difference between what the polls are showing and the reality could wildly swing it. So, for example, if the NDP outperform the polls by just a couple of points, we could have a narrow NDP government. If the UCP outperformed the polls by a couple of points, we could actually see the UCP get a higher vote percentage than they did under Jason Kenney in 2019. It would still be a much tighter election seat-wise because effectively the Alberta Party vote has collapsed into the NDP. But you could get a scenario where the UCP actually do better than they did in 2019 purely on a vote percentage. So it's a really weird election. A couple of points either way compared to what the polls are showing could give dramatically different results.
My last question for you is about that Alberta Party vote. I was saying earlier before you were on, the NDP has managed to completely cannibalize the Liberal vote to the point where it is entirely non-existent now. But they in this election appear to have digested the Alberta Party vote. The UCP vote, if the polls are to be believed, is going to be actually fairly relatively steady compared to 2019. The difference being that the NDP have eaten up the Alberta Party vote. How big? I guess a two-part question. How big a difference do you think that'll make, and why do you think the Alberta Party vote is NDP rather than UCP?
Yeah, so you're right. The Alberta Party vote has really collapsed from the sort of 10 or 12% we were seeing at the last election in the polls down to 2, 3, 4%. I think they're going to struggle even get that because they're not even running in most of the seats. I think they're only running in less than a third of the seats. So honestly, they'll be lucky if they get 2%. Almost all of that vote's gone likely to the NDP based on what we're seeing in the polls. And like I said, it's made it a two-way race, which means, honestly, yeah, the UCP could outperform even how they did in 2019, and it would still, on a seat basis, be a lot tighter.
Very good. Okay, thank you much for joining us, Peter. I very much appreciate your time.
No problem. Catch you later.
Chris, the arena deal. Very weird. Danielle Smith obviously supporting it. She announces it. Rachel Notley opposing it, but not necessarily on principle, just that she kind of thinks she'd get a better deal. I know what you probably think of this from a policy perspective, but from to put your pundit hat on for a second, if you would be allowed to.
Sure.
Do you think the whole fight over the arena has had much of an impact on the election in Calgary?
I think it has for the casual voter, especially one, obviously, who's an NHL fan, a Flames fan who lives in Calgary, which is why I think they went and did it. So I think it's one of those things where they're trying to get people into what's called the easy politics. So who doesn't like, chocolate? Who doesn't like potato chips? Who doesn't love NHL hockey? Everybody does. Only communists don't like hockey, right? And so it's easy for them to wedge the other on this issue. However, NHL owners and players are multimillionaires. They can fundraise themselves. It shouldn't be coming from taxpayers to pay for NHL rinks. Now, I will say, there was a bit of communications craftsmanship that went into this deal because the province, Danielle Smith and her team, got Mayor Gondek and her municipal taxpayers to pay for most of the freight of the NHL rink. Now, the province just put up taxpayers' money for the amateur baby rink next to the mama rink and for the transit station nearby and for the bridge upgrades. Who doesn't like those things? Are you opposed to those mom and pop apple pie sort of things? So that was quite clever. So what we would have said to that, and we did in an opinion editorial, which your Western Standard was so kind to run for us, is that, okay, folks, if you want to build a baby rink for amateur sports and you want to build a new shiny transit station and upgrade your bridge, let's talk about that. Let's have a separate conversation about whether or not you guys need to spend money on that. But they didn't. They connected it directly to the NHL deal.
Dr. Cooper, I want to talk about kind of the smaller parties that we are almost certainly not going to see up on the screen tonight. One, the Alberta Party, which did have a presence in the last election, had somewhere between 8 and 10% of the vote, came in with a caucus of 3 or 4 MLAs, had a prominent leader, former Edmonton mayor and cabinet minister, completely disappearing, and that vote going to the NDP. And then the other, I guess, third party we could say is Wild Rose Independence Party, which kind of flared up since the last election, came to about 15% in the polls, even without any money and MLAs, threatening the right flank, the right populist flank of the UCP under Kenney. And that's since completely gone away, it seems, and come back into the UCP fold. Could you tell us about maybe what the causes of both of those phenomenons are and what impact that might have tonight?
Well, I would guess with the Alberta Party that a lot of their support was up north rather than, say, in Medicine Hat, whereas the opposite was true with WIPA. And I knew some of the people involved in that, and they seemed to be very much against what Jason Kenney was doing to their sort of natural home in a big party, and they were very upset with him rather than with the sort of stated principles of the Conservatives. So when Danielle Smith became the new leader, she pretty much took the wind completely out of their sails because she did about 98% of what they were going to do anyway, except for the independence part. And I'm sure we'll get to that sooner or later anyway. But I think that's mainly what happened. She took the main thing that drove the Wild Rose Independence Party, which was dislike of what Jason was doing.
And what about maybe a bit more about the Alberta Party though, because it had votes in the last election, a significant amount, and it's just gone.
Yeah.
Is that because the Alberta Party is at its core a kind of left-leaning party, or is it maybe more along the media narrative that the NDP is the new center?
I would say it's that they were certainly not a kind of populist party, put it that way. I don't know what appeal they would have to rural Alberta. And I guess the NDP did a good job of persuading them that they're their real representatives. And I guess a lot of Alberta Party supporters agreed with it. But I mean, I got to say, I haven't paid much attention to the Alberta Party for some time. And that may be why.
Most of the media is completely obsessed with them, even though they've been really a non-entity most of this time. Okay, well, we're going to go to... actually, we're going to check in with Dave Naylor in the newsroom to give us an update on new polls coming in.
Thank you, guys. Well, Derek, latest count, we have 14 polls in across the province. We have the Alberta New Democratic Party leading or elected in 5 seats, and we have the UCP leading and elected in 14 seats. In terms of popular vote, the NDP currently leading at 52.48%, the UCP at 43.14%. So we're getting a bit, few more polls coming in, and just update you on Calgary, Buffalo, UCP still ahead by 1 vote to 0.
That's the big one. Well, I'm not putting that one up on the map. I'll actually, Nico, why don't we put the map up on the board right now? These are ridings that have got more than a single vote reporting. There are some constituencies of single vote reporting. We're just not putting those up on the board. But these are kind of, Dave, you'll see the map here. It's showing largely what we would expect. It's still very early coming in, but you got Peace River, Central Peace, Notley, West Yellowhead, Camrose, Carson, Siksika, Calgary, Fish Creek, all early polls, all leaning to the UCP right now. And Edmonton Castle Downs at Edmonton City Centre, very much as expected, the early polls there leaning for the NDP. Is there anything not up on the map yet of note that you should flag for us?
Just in terms of the popular vote, Derek, I'll point out Edmonton Ellerslie, almost 800 votes for the NDP candidate, 384 for the UCP. So that'll be where that large increase in popular vote came from the NDP, because we're just so early in the counting.
Yeah, I didn't know that Ellerslie had reported, but yeah, we've got it up on the board, and I would be very shocked if that one went another way. Just know for our guests in the studio, you do not need earpieces, just microphones here. Okay, Dave. Thank you for joining us, and check back with us soon when you got something new for us.
You bet.
Okay, joining us in the Calgary studio right now are 2 former Progressive Conservative cabinet ministers. We've got Christine Cusinelli, who represented Calgary Currie from what year did you first?
2012 to 2015.
2012 to 2015. And you were a cabinet minister in which portfolios?
Tourism, Parks, and Recreation.
Yeah. And Jonathan Dennis, former Minister of Justice and Attorney General, representing Calgary Acadia from 2008 to 2015. 2008 to 2015 in Calgary Acadia. Both interesting ridings tonight. I think the smart money is Currie's probably going back to the NDP. It's not guaranteed.
It's possible. It's a tough riding to win.
It's a very urban riding, so the demographics are kind of tough for a Conservative to come out on.
But I have to say, I'm hoping that it's going to be a surprise tonight. I live in the riding, and from what I can tell, people talking to my neighbors and so on, and just looking around, I think it's looking not too bad. So I've got my fingers crossed for Nick Milliken, and I'm hoping that he can pull through.
So, Jonathan, you represented one of the ridings that everyone's talking about tonight as an extreme bellwether, Calgary Acadia. We've got Tyler Shandro there. He was health minister under Jason Kenney, shuffled out after a lot of the COVID stuff that probably didn't go down so well. Shuffled out to Justice. So funny, now we have two Justice ministers from the same constituency. I know you've been involved with a lot of the Calgary campaigns, but maybe we'll start with your old stomping grounds in Acadia first. What are you expecting to see tonight there?
I expect to see that it will be a loss or a victory by under 5 points. One of the things to always remind yourself of is that, especially in the urban ridings, the local candidate matters less than 5% out of the equation.
Mhm.
People typically will either vote for the leader or the party, and there's also the demographic of the riding. So the southern part of the riding, like Willow Park, will probably go solidly UCP. Northern part, Fairview, and the western part, Southwood, will probably go NDP. Those were areas that were lost last time. I'm going to say it's too close to call, but I would say that Shandor probably will win that by 5 points. That riding, in my view, would fall before Calgary-Glenmore. Both the NDP have put in both strong ground games. I took a drive through earlier last week, and the sign count is almost equal.
Wow. So if I get what you're saying correctly, if the NDP win Acadia, they've probably won, and if they win Glenmore, they've definitely won.
Yes, I would say specifically Glenmore. Glenmore was an interesting one in 2015, again with a terrible campaign.
It was less than 10
It was
votes or something.
6 votes and a
6,
judicial recount. So and that was with a vote split. So
yeah,
the interesting thing is, I do think Whitney Isaac has been a very strong local MLA. She's well known. She's in with a lot of the communities there, and I would suggest that the advantage does go to her. I would probably call that with about a 10-point victory.
You know what? We're going to have a reunion of PC cabinet ministers here. We've got standing by Ted Morton, former PC cabinet minister, Minister of Finance, and Minister of Energy, and leadership contender.
And don't forget, the best premier we never had.
A man who, if he had become premier, we may have never heard the name Wild Rose before. So let's bring in Dr. Ted Morton. I think coming to us, actually, I'm not going to disclose his location. I don't think he'd like that. But Dr. Morton, thank you very much for joining us tonight. What are you expecting to see as the first polls start to trickle in here? Oh, we can't hear Dr. Morton. Dr. Morton, we cannot hear you. I think your microphone might be off.
There we are. How's that?
Okay, there we are, sir.
So I said I don't know what I'm predicting, but I know what I'm hoping, and that's for a UCP majority. I would hope in the range of 50 seats.
Well, that's an absolute shocker, sir.
I know, it's shocking.
In your estimation, I mean, you're right. You've been right in the thick of Alberta politics, but Alberta's changing. Some would say for the better, some would say for the worse. But what do you think explains there being such a, at least predicted, tight race tonight? And the early results are probably aren't good enough to tell yet. But based on the polls, why do you think we're in such a knife fight tonight with an NDP that against a unified right? The logic goes should have no business being competitive.
Yeah, the simple answer to that question is simply that. For the past 30 or 40 years, the left of center's vote was split between the NDP and the Liberals. So one of the reasons you had a 44-year conservative dynasty was the anti-conservative vote was split. The Liberals have disappeared, and all of a sudden you have, and then that's what happened in 2015, right? The suddenly vote splitting was on the right instead of on the left.
I've talked with some of our previous guests before you were on about this, but Kenny managed to bring the parties together in 2017, came to a thumping majority in 2019, consolidating the Conservative vote. But in the years since, a combination of his stances on Ottawa and actions during COVID, there was a real splintering, at least a real chance of the right splintering again. You had the Wild Rose Independence Party, which started showing a real heartbeat in the polls. Since Danielle Smith has come in, that vote has come back to the UCP. How critical do you think? But some of the criticism has been that maybe she tried too hard to bring that Wild Rose vote back, and she should have been chasing the Alberta Party vote. Do you think that's a fair analysis, or was it more important to bring that vote back in from the right flank rather than chasing the center, perhaps?
Well, first of all, I'd say with respect to Jason Kenney, it was very unfortunate that that he had suddenly out of nowhere came COVID, and something that nobody was prepared for. He did not handle it well, but a lot of politicians didn't, and it was unfortunate to lose him. I would say he picked up some habits, cabinet and executive habits in Ottawa that are probably necessary in Ottawa, stricter party discipline and kind of more top-down control, which do not work in Alberta and do not work in Edmonton, and particularly did not work in the new UCP caucus. So I think it's unfortunate that Jason's still not leading the UCP. But as far as Danielle's strategy goes, I think she's done the right thing, is consolidate, talk about the UCP record. And part of that, of course, is Jason's record, and talk about the NDP record. The 4 years under the NDP, they didn't stand up for Alberta. They raised taxes, did a bunch of things to make us less competitive. And she is a member of the federal NDP party. If you're a provincial NDP, you're a federal NDP. And the federal NDPs are what prop up Justin Trudeau. And Justin Trudeau is very, very anti-Alberta.
Okay. I'm going to come back to you in a moment, Dr. Morton, but I want to bring in Dave Naylor for a moment from our newsroom here. I think we've just had a whole rash of polls closing. There's now 105 polls closed, and some early results coming in. Dave, why don't you give us an update?
36 polls closed at the moment, Derek. UCP leading or elected in 42. The NDP leading or elected in 22. So that 42 is very, very close to the needed majority number, with obviously lots more to come. In terms of the popular vote, it's 51% for the NDP, 46% for the UCP. So just a bit of a dump there, and I don't see any shocks on the board. Even Calgary Buffalo, we've got another poll coming in. It's 11-8 for the NDP in that riding.
Okay, so I know some of these though are still some of these have got some real results in. Some of them are still just 1-3 votes or something. What are some of the ones that we can maybe put up on the board here as, reliably leaning one way or another?
It looks like Calgary Fish Creek is going to reign solidly. I see. And as mentioned, the last update, they're going to be staying NDP. Edmonton Meadows, 2-1 there, 2,246 votes for the NDP, 1,263 for the UCP. Camrose, almost a doubling of the vote for the UCP there now. Cypress Medicine Hat, 343 for UCP, 47 for the NDP. So that's off to a good start. Drayton Valley and Devon also a significant lead for the UCP at the moment. Morinville St. Albert, 569 for the UCP, 262 for the NDP. Significant
that's
lead
an
there.
important one to watch. That one is a bellwether. If the NDP wins that one, they have a real path to victory. So if the UCP is holding there, then that would be a sign that that's one of their. That's kind of that's a redoubt. They have that's one of their final defensible positions.
It is, and actually, if you look down here, that's 865 to 569. That's at the advanced polls, and we're seeing a trend of the last few elections that more and more that parties are pushing people to the advanced polls. I don't know if that's an indication. Before I want to call that, I'd actually like to see an actual poll from today.
I wouldn't say that's enough to call it. That's leaning that way, but it's enough votes in that it's a reasonable leaning. It's not two guys. And
you're absolutely right. I think that is a particular riding that is going to be an important one to watch tonight. And in Calgary, like for me, I'm looking at a couple of, that's one of them that I'm looking at. I think that Lethbridge East is one that it's not necessarily a bellwether, but some of the ones that are more interesting that I'm watching to see which way it's going to go. Calgary Cross is going to be interesting. I kind of think, as far as bellwether, I think that some of the regions just outside of Edmonton, refer to the donut area in just outside of Edmonton. I think those are very, very important for us, even beyond Calgary, because we know that we're not necessarily going to be owning as many seats perhaps in Calgary as we did in the last election.
I want to bring Dr. Ted Morton back in here. Dr. Morton, you're quite familiar, I think, with how turbulent leadership politics is in Alberta. Before you were on earlier, I was kind of getting into the history of it. I was crunching numbers earlier today. The last time an Alberta Conservative premier finished a term was 2004. I was in high school, and someone born that year can vote now. That's the last time a Conservative Alberta premier completed a term, and the last premier period of any party to leave office of their own free will was the year I was born, and that was Peter Lougheed, 1985. So, I mean, I'm not asking you to jinx anything here, but even if Danielle Smith won a thumping majority, as the last Conservative premier did, it's not a very it's not a job that comes with a lot of job security. So if Danielle Smith manages to come out of tonight, small majority or reduced decent majority, what do you think her chances of hanging on to the leadership for a full 4 years are, considering no one's done that in a generation?
Yeah, no, you wonder why anybody would want the job anymore.
Yeah.
But okay, here's a storyline maybe you haven't heard yet. I think if you go from where I started and ran for the PC leadership back in 2006, and I ran very explicitly on the Alberta agenda, the firewall letter. The reforms I think are still needed to give Alberta a fair deal in the way Canada works. I came close, but certainly the PC establishment didn't like me, and they got behind Denning. Of course, Denning didn't win either. Ed Stelmach sneaked up the middle on second preferences. But if you go through those leadership votes over the past, all the premiers you just mentioned, the Alberta agenda, the firewall, the fair deal reforms, which when I advocated them back in 2004, were very much kind of on the margin of the party. You know, by the time Jason united the party, you have the fair deal panel. The fair deal panel endorses all of those. I was hoping we'd get to see Jason act on those, but now he's gone. But Danielle has gone one step further, the Sovereignty Act. So the types of reforms, I think the types of reforms that I was talking about 20 years ago have moved to the very center of Alberta politics. I think the splitting of the right in Alberta contributes to the instability of the two parties. And I think, frankly, the Conservative Party establishment was very ill-advised to ignore the growing number of Albertans. Look at federal politics. Federally, we voted overwhelmingly for the Reform Party, Canadian Alliance, and then the Conservative Party of Canada. So the PC party paid a heavy price for ignoring and frankly treating rather badly those of us who came from the Reform Party roots in the past 20 years. But Danielle has taken that to the center of the debate. I see that as very positive, and I think that's why she's going to win tonight, and why I think she's likely to have a more stable majority in the next 4 years.
All right, Dr. Morton. Well, thank you very much for joining us. If you're able to join us later, I'd very much appreciate your insight as we get more of the results. If you're able to, thank you so much for your being generous with your time.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'm also going to go to, we're going to bring in Dr. Tom Flanagan soon, but first I'm just going to go to the floor of the UCP headquarters in Calgary with Jonathan Bradley. He's got Mike Solberg here. Mike Solberg, I think from Northwest Strategies, if I got that right.
New West.
New West Affairs. I didn't even get it close.
Okay.
Mike, actually, I think there's a lot of development happening right now, isn't there?
Yeah, you know what? There is. We're starting to see some of the polls come in, trickle in as they do after the polls close. Way too early to call most of them, but, some early signs of some of the ridings that the UCP must win in order to pull this off. But, way too early to call anything at this point.
Yeah. It's too early to call most of these things, but what are you expecting to see this evening? I know you watch this stuff very closely.
The UCP are going to form a majority government. The story of tonight is whether or not Danielle Smith is going to be able to form a large enough party to keep the knives in their sheaths and have enough credibility going to the next 6 months that she doesn't have to worry about what conservatives have done for 25 years, which is oust their leader for poor performance, whether real or perceived. But I expect her to win tonight, and she'll have a speech tonight. And we'll see, what message he has for the general population. But certainly the base of the party members who hold a lot of sway in her future as well. So we'll see how it plays out, but way too early still to make any predictions. I expect it'll be a long night.
I guess I want to get into that. What you've alluded to there is the leadership fights. I'm not sure, you may have heard me and Dr. Morton talking about this and just how short-term a job Alberta Premier tends to be, particularly if you're a conservative. Actually, only one conservative has actually lost an election as Premier. Yep. Every single other one's been done in by their party one way or another. How tough, if Danielle Smith wins tonight, let's just say for the sake of argument, it's not razor tight, but it's she's got 5 to 7 seat majority. It's comfortable, but it's not big. How tough a job is she going to have keeping her job?
A tough job. Let's be clear. The UCP under former Premier Kenney, whether you liked him or hated him, had a government that was overseeing a very strong economy, a $12 billion surplus. We've seen ER times drop under this government. We've seen surgery wait times under this government. We've seen jobs flood back to the province. We've seen the Alberta is Calling campaign see great success and people investing and returning to the province. By most accounts, this should have been an easy path to victory by the UCP, but through some missteps and other factors, it's become close to the point where we're still watching with bated breath. So I think Danielle Smith needs to do very well tonight to make sure those knives stay in their sheaths and that she quells any kind of potential insurrection against her leadership, and most importantly, keeps her caucus united, which is the hard work of the leader the day after this campaign. Should Danielle Smith be rewarded with another mandate, another 4-year run?
All right, thank you very much for joining us, Mike, and being generous with your time. Have a good night.
Thanks, Derek. Filthy, absolutely, man. Anytime.
All right. I'm going to bring in another. We've had a lot of the Calgary school here. I'm going to bring in Dr. Tom Flanagan, former political scientist at the University of Calgary. He is also, I believe, he was involved in the early Reform Party, Stephen Harper's Canadian Alliance leadership run, and the early Wild Rose Party. Certainly no stranger to Alberta politics. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Flanagan. What are you making of the early results that we've seen so far?
Well, they're very, very, very preliminary, but you'd rather be ahead than behind. And the last time I looked, the UCP was leading, in something like 40 seats, already close to a majority. Now that may not hold up as the evening goes on, but so the very early results seem to be favorable. One oddity was that the NDP actually had more votes. I don't expect that to hold up as the evening goes on. It's probably just an artifact of which particular polling places have reported. Mm-hmm. So we'll see. I've never had the gift of prophecy, so I can't predict the future. But I will say that I've been watching the polls the last couple of weeks, and almost all polls have converged on a margin of 2 to 3 points positive for the UCP, except for Janet Brown, who's reported an 8-point margin. Now, there's a lot of practical difference there. 2 to 3 point lead is a cliffhanger. 8-point lead is a comfortable victory. So we'll see. Janet uses an updated version of the old-fashioned methodology of live agent calling, which many people believe is a more accurate way of polling. The other polls, I believe, are all in one way or another. They're all online internet polls. So we'll see. It's interesting for political scientists, just to see which gives a better prediction. We'll find out.
And it actually would be, I think, possible for. I mean, we're in such a strictly two-party system here in Alberta that no other province, even the other two-party provinces, aren't as two-party as we are, at least this particular election. It would seem to be possible that the NDP could even win. I don't expect them to, but they could even win the popular vote, but still fail to win the most seats because the math on their path to victory to get to 44 seats plus is just so difficult.
Yeah, they have one would expect them to roll up some very big majorities in Edmonton, which, in a sense, become wasted votes, much bigger majorities than they need. Another, UCP has a small advantage in that the average size of the rural ridings is smaller than the urban ones, and the UCP, dominates these ridings. So they get more bang for the buck, if you want to put it that way. So small UCP advantage there, NDP disadvantage with their concentration in Edmonton. So, it wouldn't be out of the question for the NDP to get more votes and to get fewer seats. But I don't expect that to happen because every poll that's been taken in the last few weeks has shown some degree of UCP majority of votes. You're right about the strict two-party competition, but that's new in Alberta. This is the first time. Last time there was still a 9% vote for the Alberta Party. I think many of those voters have probably migrated to the NDP. But that in recent elections, the multi-party split has actually been the most important thing. When the Tories lost, it was because Wild Rose was still running separate candidates. And before then, for many years, the Liberals and the NDP were carving up the left of center vote. There was almost always more than 40% of voters, sometimes more than 50% of voters who were choosing Liberal and NDP, but because they were more or less evenly divided, they couldn't win very many seats. That's all changed now. We have become, at least for the time being, who knows for the future, but for the time being, it's a very strict two-party system.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Flanagan. I appreciate your time. And if you're able to, we'd love it if you could chat back later when we've got some more results.
Sure. I'm home all evening, so just tell me when you want me to sign in, and I'll come back. I don't have the international vibe of Ted Morton, but I'm happy to appear. Okay.
Oh, I'm being careful not to disclose his secret bunker location.
Okay. It's another country anyway. Put it that way. Okay. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Okay, we're going to go to Jonathan Bradley at the UCP headquarters in Calgary, where he has Erica Barutz. Erica Barutz was the president of the United Conservative Party. I believe it's first president, and also elected as a senator in waiting during the most recent municipal elections. Thank you for joining us, Erica. How are you guys feeling on the ground there?
Yeah, I mean, the momentum is picking up now that the polls have closed and a lot of the local campaigns are making their way down here. We're definitely starting to see some of the early results come in, and they're looking pretty good for the United Conservative Party.
What are the have you seen any surprises yet in the results coming in?
No, I mean, it's still pretty early. We're seeing, a lot of the rural seats, some of the Edmonton donut come in. No shocks yet, but some positive vibes in the room.
If either leader, I'm going to put you on the spot here. I'm going to give you a nasty question. I'm going to throw one out. If either leader does not win tonight, what's the over/under that they step down?
I mean, traditionally, that is something that the leader usually does. We've seen it in the past where they've stepped down. But I do say that, like, both of these leaders have kind of made comebacks, right? Rachel Notley lost and has still remained popular within her party. And Danielle Smith is kind of the comeback kid here over the last decade. So I wouldn't say that this is, I mean, it's not a traditional election we're seeing, and I wouldn't think that the way that the leaders are going to handle the results are going to be probably conventional either.
Okay. We'll stand by, Erica. I know Jonathan Dennis and Kristen Cusinelli here are about to jump out of their seats. They're clearly looking at interesting things on their computers and phones. I don't even really know what it is. I'm just going to put it to you guys. What are you so excited about?
Well, I think that this is starting to look encouraging. I'm not going to tell you how long I've been working election, but it's a long time. And you usually tell what's happening in the earlier polls, and the law of averages comes in. One thing I'm surprised at, one poll has come in Calgary, Acadia, 106 for the NDP, 63 for the UCP, and this is in Manchester, in the neighborhood center. This is an area that could really go either way. It has traditionally gone conservative. Too early to call there in particular. But if you look at some of the other areas here, people were saying Northwest. Well, we've got 156 UCP to 98 there. That is looking encouraging here as well. And if Fish Creek, obviously, I will call that like we even won that in 2015. That is ahead as well. Calgary Bow, 50 votes to 21 votes. Rather polarizing NDP candidate, former in Drew Farrell there. Demetrius Nicolaitis has always had a very good ground game. I'm hoping for his victory there tonight.
Christine, and
well, of course, I'm looking over Jonathan's shoulder here, just like we're at school. And
you're the principal.
You're cheating.
I am. I am the
principal.
I am a former principal, so he knows not to misbehave. But I'm keeping my eye on Calgary Bow, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. Bow. Yeah, everyone's talking about Bow. And you know what? It was a very contentious race. We had, Drew Farrell. She's got name recognition, and certainly she's a favorite within the NDP group there. So I wondered how that was going to go. But I really liked how the polls were trending overall towards, a more of a victory, closer victory, hopefully for Demetrios Nicolaitis, who I think has done a fantastic job in Calgary Bow. The other thing that I'm noticing too is Calgary Acadia, and it is too early to tell right now. But as Jonathan and I are looking at these, you kind of get a bit of a boolean when you start to see, even at these stages, that your party is making gains. And I don't like the looks of that, to be very honest. You don't like the looks of Acadia. I don't like the looks of that very, very quick, because all the other polls are looking, and I know it's super early to say, but I would prefer, I would feel safer if we were polling in a different direction there.
The last thing I just want to add here, Calgary Falcon Ridge. Last time we won that by 99 votes. There was a judicial recount. I'm seeing 110 to 51 there right now. Looking down again, however, that is the special ballot and advanced voting. Before you call that, again, you want to see what the live results were today.
Okay, real quickly, we're going to check in with Dave Naylor in our newsroom. Just while you guys were talking, there was a bunch of people I saw to kind of run across the newsroom, huddling over his shoulder. Must have been looking at something interesting on his computer. So let's bring in Dave Naylor in the newsroom. Dave, what do you got for us?
They were just running for the last piece of pizza, Derek.
You told me it's all gone?
David took it. David Parker took the last piece. Of
course, he's taking
David
back
Parker
the
took the last piece.
Called you out, David.
He's taking back the pizza.
I can give you a bit of an overall view, Derek. 94 polls reporting, that's 4%. Total of 22,500 ballots cast. NDP leading or elected in 29. Calgary leading or UCP leading and elected in 45. But you know what? Polls have been closed for an hour. Many ridings haven't even filed a single poll yet. Utterly ridiculous. But it's just way too early to really get into anything at the moment. So we're just going to borrow your credit card and order more pizza.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Do you want me to chip in for that or what?
Just order some good scotch. Okay, thank you, Dave. So the map we've got up here, just so folks know, this is a combination of common sense and what's leading. Common sense. I mean, if there's even one vote reporting in Drumheller Stettler, I mean, we're going to put that as leaning UCP because we know it's leaning UCP. If there's one vote counted in Edmonton Strathcona, we're putting that as leaning NDP because we know it's going to go NDP. The ones where there's just too few or no votes, we're not filling it at all right now. But that's where we stand. So based on any results real results we have, I've got 39 UCP, 27 NDP. That's still extremely preliminary. Why don't we go? Let's see here. Let's check in with you, Arthur, up in Edmonton at NDP headquarters. Arthur, what can you tell us is happening up there? Arthur, we cannot hear you. Arthur, you are muted.
There I am. Now can you hear me? The room here, Derek, is really starting to fill up. We're getting a lot of orange and Notley crew shirts into the room. Again, not too many candidates in the room at the moment. There's roughly about 150 people in here. The drinks are flowing, and the party is beginning.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that update, Arthur. We're going to go to Jonathan Bradley. He's got an update for us from the UCP headquarters at the Big Four building in Calgary.
Hey, Derek, how's it going?
Thank you. Nice tie.
Thank you. And save some pizza and beer for me. I mean, I don't drink beer, but just save some for me. I mean, I haven't had anything to eat yet. Update right now.
We're going to come back to you later. Okay.
Okay.
We're going to come back to you later when you got things fixed there. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Gotcha.
From where you are. Thank you, Mr. Morton. We're going to bring you in now. I guess I want to just get your take of where we're at. We're starting to see some numbers come in. Early leads for the UCP in Calgary, Bow, a bellwether, but also an early lead for the NDP in Acadia, another bellwether. So we've got two bellwethers. It's still very early to tell, but two bellwethers trending opposite directions.
I'm not an expert on specific writing, so I would just say the obvious that it's a contradiction, and we'll have to see how it shakes out.
Now, do you? Yeah, I suppose you're more from rural and the kind of the surrounding area, but actually one area I want to ask you about is Banff Kananaskis, because that includes part of your old former constituency. I think it was called Mountain View. Foothills Rocky View. Now it's a very different constituency than you had, but it includes a large part of it, namely in the Rocky View County part, Springbank area on the west side of Calgary. Very staunchly conservative, but it's been kind of melded together in a way. Sorry, our guests in studio do not require earpieces. It's been fused together with kind of granola country, Banff, and increasingly Canmore. So it's this really strange fusion of a constituency that is considered very much up for grabs tonight. What's your prediction for how your old grounds are going to go?
Well, I never represented Banff or Canmore. There's a lot more support for the Liberals and NDP there, and so it makes it a much more complicated riding for a conservative party. I mean, one of the things that is new about the Alberta election, but also about politics on both sides of the border now, is that historically wealthier, more educated people tended to vote small c conservative. And in the last decade or 15 years, that's changing. Certainly, both in baby boomers and younger generations like yours, more educated, more affluent people are voting left of center. There's a new set of issues, and I think you have, as you said, you call them granola eaters. I like granola too, but
I hate using the.
It hasn't turned me
eat
into
granola a
any
couple times a week.
But I think you have retirement communities, and you have certainly in Canmore, it's become a retirement community. You have wealthier, more educated people there that historically would tended to vote Conservative, but in the new constellation of so-called neoconservative or post-liberal politics, suddenly those indicators are pushing voters in a leftward, so-called progressive direction. So I think that complicates that writing, because I think certainly Canmore has a lot of those types of people.
Yeah, it is a real mess and a complicated writing for sure that I doubt you would recognize, considering I think a majority of the population now is from outside of it. Okay, I would actually turn to one of your old colleagues here who's joining us in studio, Mr. D.B. Cooper. So, Dr. Cooper, we had you on earlier, I think before we had any results.
Yes.
I think, but we've got some results now. The map we've got going up. We'll put the map, keep the map up on the screen for now. It is a combination of of results and some common sense. So, where we've got 5 votes in, we're not putting it up unless it's like Edmonton, Strathcona. If the NDP is leading by 1 vote in Edmonton, Strathcona, we're calling that.
Yeah.
And inversely, in Rimbey, Rocky Mountain, House Sundre, there's 1 vote in for Conservatives. We're putting up as leaning Conservative. So out of what we've got right now, we've got the block of Edmonton, Banff, Kananaskis, leaning NDP. I'd say the only really interesting one I'm seeing right now is the NDP for the time being has a lead in Calgary, Acadia. So leading in that bellwether, but the UCP winning in another one of these 2 other bellwethers, Glenmore and Bow. So what do you make of what we're seeing so far?
I live in Bow, and I must say I'm not surprised that Dimitri's doing well there. It's been historically a very conservative riding. Drew Farrell, as I was mentioning outside to some of the people who remember her do not remember her fondly. She had more signs up, I think, than Dimitri did, but you wonder sort of how deep the signs are plugged into the ground, because the people who live there, like my neighbors basically, have been conservative since Peter Lougheed was there, and I was surprised when that was considered a bellwether, quite frankly, because it struck me as being pretty clearly conservative for a very long time.
All right, Nigel. So when you were in here, we didn't have any numbers in yet, but we've got some decent numbers in to give us a good sense of things. Where do you think things are going right now?
Tell you what, if those numbers were reversed and it was the NDP that had 50 seats and the UCP that had 30, then I think everybody would be saying, well, there it is. There's the NDP sweep.
Mm-hmm.
So it isn't that. It is what it is. Are we then to say, well, there may be more results coming in, and there certainly will be some seats that you think are one party now will turn out to be the other. But it seems like a fairly clear indication. As a sample size of the total voting population, it is a very large number, far, far higher than you would take a poll and draw conclusions from.
So what we've got, I've got up right now for the reasonably leaning one way or another, based on some results and just common sense, is 43 UCP, 29 NDP. Now it's 44 to your bare majority, where you have to break every tie, every vote with a speaker tie. But we've got UCP at 43 if this holds steady, and that still leaves a lot of seats up for grabs. So actually, we're going to quickly turn to Jonathan Bradley, who's standing by at the UCP headquarters in Calgary at the Big Four. Jonathan, what do you got for us? Well, Jonathan, we cannot hear Jonathan. We cannot hear Jonathan. All right. Well, we'll come back to Jonathan later when he gets his volume working there.
There, I'm good.
Okay, we're gonna bring it back in.
Okay, so the crowd's energized. People are cheering when the UCP does well. People are booing when the NDP, when an NDP candidate or an MLA comes on. There's a whole bunch of positivity here. I see a whole bunch of people smiling. Looks like everyone's having a good time. We've had a few people come on who we've spoken with, and people seem to think it's going to be a UCP win.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jonathan. Okay. So actually, I'm getting word from Dave Naylor, our news editor, that a big poll dump has just come in. So let's go to Dave in the newsroom for an update.
After about 20 minutes of non-action, Derek, we suddenly went from 94 polls reporting to 173. It's almost 10% of all polls. We've got the UCP leading and elected in 51, and we've got the NDP leading or elected in 31. In terms of the percentage of votes, NDP at 39%, UCP at 57%. Of course, that's going to waver as the night comes in. Some interesting writings to point out. Calgary Acadia has got Tyler Shandro ahead by 6 votes after two polls. Calgary Bowl, the UCP are. Hey guys, we'll keep it down. Sorry, the newsroom's going crazy behind me here. UCP leading Calgary Bowl 194 to 90. Calgary Buffalo 76 for the NDP. UCP 52. Calgary Fish Creek well into the UCP win category. Calgary Glenmore UCP 225. NDP 146. So that's looking a little bit better for the UCP. Calgary Mountain View, the NDP is leading 235 to 178. What else can we bring you? Edmonton's pretty well going as expected.
It is the smallest of margins, but in Edmonton Southwest, Casey Madu is. There's only 43 votes in, but Casey Madu is up by 1. And I think we all know if the UCP is going to hold on to, that is their only seat in Edmonton, and he is expected to lose it. But I mean, the UCP could focus all of their resources on that one riding. Maybe they pull through. So for the moment, Casey Madu is ahead by 1 vote.
Yeah, in Morinville, St. Albert, UCP is ahead by about 170 votes, 2393 to 2270. St. Albert, NDP well ahead, 1373 to 806. Strathcona, Sherwood Park, the UCP has a slight edge, 1264 to 966. And West Yellowhead, the UCP is ahead by about 200 votes. So nice to finally see us getting some figures, Derek, and let's hope they keep counting at this pace now.
Thank you very much, Dave. All right, Nigel. It's shaping up more or less as I think we've expected so far. Again, still so much to come in. Acadia, for the moment, leading UCP, but by the slimmest of margins.
6 votes.
Yeah. Bow, I think, by fairly slim as well. Maybe not as slim.
Well, actually, there's 100 votes in it at the moment, which, given the number of polls that are reported, is significant, I think.
Yeah, we got, up by Dimitri Nicolaitis for the UCP is up by just 104 votes there.
I'm actually surprised that Astrid Kuhn is as close to Joe Ceci as she is. I mean, this was this was a.
There's no way anything besides an NDP is happening when it is happening there. No way.
Yeah, but it was supposed to be a complete wipeout. There was like a 0 chance on the 338.
Yeah, but it's still so early. I mean, like there are some polls in like I think Carts and Siksika showing the NDP in the lead. There is a 0.0% chance lead. You know, if my grandmother had wheels, she'd be a wagon. There's just the NDP is never winning there. It's just one particular poll is going to be showing that. So I would imagine that's got to be the case in Buffalo. I will be floored if it's even competitive for the UCP there.
What's interesting is if you looked at the mood in the room in the NDP and the PCs or CPC,
UCP,
that would tell you what the insiders think. And I suspect the room is a lot more jolly in Calgary than it is in Edmonton.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Let's go to Edmonton right now. We're going to bring in our Alberta legislative reporter based at Edmonton, Arthur Green. He is at the UCP headquarters. I see they haven't given him quite the nice spot as Jonathan was given at the UCP headquarters. You've been put in some kind of it looks like a padded room. They must think you're insane if they got you strapped up your.
I'm in exile corner here, Derek. I actually requested interviews with NDP candidates and was told they will not be speaking to the Western Standard tonight. The room is heating up. We just had a quite the boo in the room. They showed a picture of UCP leader Danielle Smith on the big screen here. The crowd really lit up in a booing fashion. They then showed a picture of NDP leader Rachel Notley, and the room lit up. I mean, it's starting to get more loud in here. Janice Irwin is just here in front of me. She's doing an interview with CTV. Sarah Hoffman's in the room. More of the candidates are starting to trickle in, and like I said, the party is starting in Edmonton.
Well, we're talking about the mood in the room there. How are they feeling? Are they? Because there's a difference between there's a brave face and then there's happy. Like, how are they? How do you think they're really feeling right now?
Right now, most people are smiling. I had a young fella come up to me a couple moments ago, about 14 years old, put his crossed fingers in front of my face and said, hope Notley becomes premier. So, I mean, people are optimistic. People are smiling. There are people from all walks of life in this room right now, and lots of orange shirts to be seen.
Okay. Thank you very much, Arthur. Barry, I don't know. They sound pretty happy up there. Like, yeah. I things are trending the UCP's way, but I'd say they still got a path at this point. It's not over.
Yeah, it's. I think you're right, but you also have to remember, for a lot of people coming to these meetings, it's a party. Period. Yeah. And until midnight, they'll be happy.
Well, they're not. Yeah, they'll be happy on Hopeful Spring Eternal. Until it's like cold against you, you're just praying for the miracle. Yeah. Nigel, you've been in those rooms where you're just praying to God. Maybe there's one pull. There's that. It's like a little pocket. Pocket aces. You're waiting for pocket aces. The right poll reports, flips it over. What's it like in a losing party's headquarters? Because you've been in a winning headquarters and you've been in a losing headquarters.
Well, I tell you what, when you're in a winning party's headquarters, you can't hear yourself talk, think. You can't put your drink down. You just have to stand there and watch the screen. And every now and then there's another piece of good news goes up, and everybody goes, yes, I didn't get the sense that was happening up in Edmonton. I have also been in a losing room, and there, people are quiet and reflective and say something along the lines of, well, we did our best and I'm proud of my part in it, but sometimes the dragon wins. I don't get, just picking up the background from young Jonathan there over there at the BMO Center, I don't get the feeling that that's the mood down there either. So I got a winning room and a losing room. Both are putting a good face. The losers are putting a good face on it. And they'll say they fought hard, and darn it, next time it will be better. Down here, everybody is breathing a huge sigh of relief.
So I'm looking here. very early, but we've got Shannon Phillips leading in Lethbridge West, not by a lot, 52.8 to 41.5. But I think she's widely expected to carry that constituency again. Lethbridge East, there's 4 votes in. The NDP have 3 of them. So really not much there, but that's going to be a competitive one to watch. Banff Kananaskis, we've got enough to do at least a poll of the constituency. So if you're doing a local poll of the constituency, you'd want 300-400. That gives you an idea, as long as it's spread across. There we've got the NDP with 288 votes, UCP at 213, so that's 55.7% to 41.2. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if that was reflective of the result. I mean, still lots of room for that to move. I know some of the people involved on the different sides of that campaign. That one's a knife fight, and I know in particular the UCP really want that one because when you look at the map of Alberta on election day, if they can keep the NDP just in the cities, at least the map still looks all blue. Right. Okay. Dr. Cooper, is there anything in Calgary that's catching your eye right now?
I'm actually somewhat surprised, not entirely surprised, but somewhat surprised that the places where the NDP are supposed to have their strength, it's not sort of as overwhelming as some of my distinguished colleagues at the university were predicting it would be. But they tended to be more supportive of the NDP than I am, put it that way. And with respect to the out in Canmore, I think you'd have to look at which polls have reported in. A lot of them probably are in Canmore or Banff. So it's easier to collect them. And if they, in the more rural polling stations, they might not be in yet.
Yeah, I would go for that.
Yeah, although advanced polls are kind of counted all at once now, it seems. Although I don't know if we have them in yet. Maybe we'll bring Dave Naylor and Dave Naylor from the newsroom. Although I don't think he can hear us for the moment. I'd like to know how much of the advanced poll is in. Dave, if you can hear us, we want to bring you back in here. Okay, well, I guess Dave's just kind of looking around. Here we are. Okay, we're going to bring in Dave Naylor now from the newsroom. Dave, what we want to know is what's happened with the advanced ballots? Have they been tabulated in yet or not?
Well, we were told somewhere in the neighborhood of 750,000 advanced ballots were filled in, and we've got a grand total of 39,000 reported. So somewhere there's been a breakdown in the system, I think. Lots of polls across the province still haven't, or lots of ridings just still have got 0 ballots reporting, and this is an hour and a half after the polls close.
You know, I was really looking forward to a big rash all at once of the advanced ballots coming in, but it doesn't seem to have been so, is it?
No, it doesn't. Corey just raised a good point out here that because of the Sunchild voting station being open until 9:46, perhaps some of the results are being withheld so they can't be accused of skewing any sort of voting on Sunchild. This is sort of like how in a federal election, how people in the West never be able to find out what happened down east for fear of spoiling the voting out here. So that's just a guess, but to me, it's a strange lack of counting going on.
Interesting. Okay, thank you, Dave. Nigel, how many seats do you think Smith has to, like, how comfortable margin does she have to like the knives are coming for her, no matter what. If she loses, well, she probably just walks the plank tonight. But if she wins, I mean, unless she keeps every single seat, which seems to be extraordinarily unlikely, almost impossible, the knives are coming for her, but they're more likely to be a bit sharper if the majority is smaller. What kind of padding majority do you think she needs to have the knives stay away for like a good 6 months?
Only 6 months, you say? Well, I would say, look, if it's less than 50, the fighting the infighting is going to start right away. But let's say it was 50. That would mean 37 to the NDP. A 13-seat spread, you'd think, would be a reasonable protection for a leader against a coup. It's only because it is Danielle Smith that we would rather see something, she would rather see something like 55, which of course is an unlikely, 55 to 32, is a pretty unlikely result, even though I see some strange numbers up on the glass over there. But hope springs eternal, I guess, for some punters. But no, seriously, I would say that if she doesn't get the 50, then she's going to turn from fighting the NDP up to yesterday to fighting the dissidents in her own party tomorrow.
So Barry, I know you live in Calgary Bow. Calgary, but you spent a lot of time around Calgary varsity, obviously, as a university professor. University areas tend to lean left. You want a constituency to vote left, put a university there. That's what happens.
Yeah.
But the UCP did win it last time. But do you think they really have any chance of holding varsity this time?
They've always got a chance, I guess. But one of the things that is not always appreciated is that the students vote there, and they are not all lefties.
No, but on balance,
on balance they are. But the UCP may do better in varsity than you would expect on the normal kind of understanding of that. I honestly, I don't know. I go up there every day, but there are very few signs around. There's not much that you can. The students are gone now, so I can't talk to them about it. I was thinking when you were talking about Danielle's future, if she gets 50, I think she'd be pretty safe. Even if she's under that, she can also persuade her caucus. She's to back her. You don't want to have the seams of the UCP exposed we've already got the press against her and the NDP and a lot of other people. I think if the UCP has any sense of let's say team esprit, they will stick with her.
But do you think they do?
I don't know. I mean, I talked to Brody a lot, and he's got a lot of contacts in the UCP, and he says that they're pretty divided. But we were talking about what can Danielle do about it. Well, she can rally the troops. Now, whether she has the rhetorical as well as the policy skills to do that, I guess we'll find out. Certainly, her policies, you would think, would appeal to just about everybody in that party. Whether they do, we'll find out.
Okay, I'm going to be ducking out of here for a little bit, but before I do, we're going to go to Dave Naylor back in the newsroom for another update on where we're at in the polls. Dave, give us the goods.
Whoa, we just got a whole bunch of polls come in. We're up to 273 polls at the moment, 110,000 votes cast. 50 seats leading and elected for the UCP. For the NDP, it's 36 seats leading and elected. Calgary, Acadia, still only the initial results before from where Chandra was ahead by 6. Calgary Bow doesn't seem to be anything new. We can tell you that Danielle has been elected in Brooks, Medicine Hat. She's where is she sitting at here? Oh, she's got 1,400 votes to 400 for the NDP. So we'll go out on a limb and declare her elected. Lethbridge, still nothing updated there. Morinville, St. Albert. The UCP seems to be lengthening their lead by about 500. There's 2 polls out of 20 reported there. Almost 5,000 votes for UCP, 3,662 for the NDP. Red Deer South and Red Deer North both look to be staying UCP blue. Sherwood Park actually very, very tight. NDP only leading by 9 votes, and that's after 4 out of 22 have come in. St. Albert NDP by about 900 votes, 2,990 to 2,039. And West Yellowhead, the UCP is doubling the NDP vote. They've got 4,164 votes. So another big dump there, but really not much in the Calgary area, guys.
All right, thanks, Dave. We'll check back in when the next big spurt of votes happens to land, I guess.
Thanks, Corey.
Thanks. So, Nigel, guys, I mean, just talking about this, I was speaking a bit outside, though. This is unusual. I mean, now we're an hour and 40 minutes after the poll closing, and there's only about 12% of the votes have been counted. Have you seen anything like this? Like, this is really unusual. The rumors are starting to turn on social media, which is really dangerous these days.
Mm-hmm. It is unusual, all right. I mean, I have seen some slow counts, and Lord knows we've seen them in leadership races especially. But with the electronic voting, we thought this was fixed, that everything would be coming out quickly. Certainly the theory that they're holding off on releasing the vote from the advanced poll, just not to prejudice the voting that's going on up there in northern Alberta at one poll that didn't open until 9:45. Okay, fair enough. That may be the whole reason right there.
I guess there's going to be a lot of questions asked.
There will be.
Yeah. So we're just going to cut away quickly to Jonathan Bradley. I believe he's got Vitor Marciano on at the UCP headquarters there. Hello, Vitor. How's it going over there? I don't seem to have any sound from Vitor quite yet. Okay. We shall see. All right. Well, when we get sound from Vitor, we'll have him on quickly and have a chat with him there. Barry, I mean, mistrust. I mean, that was something I was talking about outside. Again, we get the world of conspiracies, the world of worried about results. I mean, whatever side loses now, there's going to be some actors kind of saying, there was some funny business, so even if there really wasn't necessarily anything going on.
Yeah, and it's a different kind of funny business than it used to be because with the electronic stuff, most people don't understand it. If you're going to mess around with things, you do it in a completely different way. It's not ballot stuffing. It's all in a manner that most of us haven't got a clue how to do it, but those who do, so that gives it an aura of mystery, if not of conspiracy. And I know after the last municipal election here, there was a lot of discussion about that. And then having the ballots destroyed pretty quickly didn't make things go away. I think, didn't the UCP government say that you had to hang on to them for, 2 weeks or something like that?
They're going to be held on to, I believe, for 3 months, actually.
3 months, okay.
So, I mean, that's a comforting thing. We've got a backup, but I went in, I advanced voted, and, I thought, wow, this is kind of slick. It goes into a counter, they save the paper. This is an advancement. We'll look forward to 8:15 and we'll know what's going on. But apparently they haven't
in the constituency in Boa where I voted, it was all paper, just as it had been like for thousands of years. And but at Flanagan's riding, I saw him this morning, and he said it was electronic there. So it's a mixed sort of system, technologically anyway.
Which again makes us wonder a little, why then is everything delayed? It
Yeah,
wasn't
no,
just some of them.
Yeah.
Maybe it had nothing to do with the electronic aspect.
Maybe we need a royal commission to find out.
Oh boy!
Or perhaps a special rapporteur.
The first task of the incoming premier is going to be to investigate the election. God, I wish I was joking.
Winning politicians tend not to investigate the election that brought them to power.
No, not typically. They have to appoint a friend to make sure there's nothing to see there.
That's right.
Well, let's check in with. Oh no, he's disappeared again. I was going to look at Jonathan Bradley, but
Jonathan's having fun.
I see that he's coming and going. Okay, let's see if Jonathan's ready to chat a little bit here. And he's down at the headquarters at the Big Four building in Calgary. Hello, Jonathan. Okay, let's go away from Jonathan again. All right.
So Corey, you've been asking a lot of questions about Are you still confident about your own predictions?
I still am. I mean, I've seen a lot of, the results actually for what we have coming in are sort of reflecting that. I don't like reading in, and until you get 30-40%, you're really, you're starting to gamble with it, but they're hanging quite closely. If anything, they're looking better than what I guessed.
So here's the question that I would ask. If you've got 1,500, how many votes would you want? How many samples would you require to get a sense of what a riding was going to do, what a constituency was going to do? 300, 400? Give you a pretty good idea.
If you're talking a ground general poll,
properly distributed.
Properly distributed, I think you could get a good feel out of that. But again, in this case, what they're reporting, this poll, which was this part of the constituency and that, but there's enough to start reading in now.
It is. And I think that we're going to end up with one of those really interesting situations where the numerical vote count is not reflected by the seat distribution. You're going to get a lot of seats that are held, and it could be either party, a lot of seats that are held by quite slender majorities. That's what's going to keep us here until midnight, until we know.
Well, we've got lots of coffee on anyways. We need to get, let's take one more crack at Jonathan. I see him standing there at the headquarters. Perhaps he's got something to add at this point. No, he doesn't. Okay, so, let's see. I'll give a quick update here. Actually, if Dave Naylor has a moment, we'll check back in with him because I do believe some more votes have come in. I don't know if it's moved the needle very much.
Hello.
Oh, no, I've got Jonathan. Hello, Jonathan. How's things going at the UCP headquarters?
Things are going well. How's everything in studio?
We're fine. Go ahead.
The crowd's still energized. People are really excited. There's cheering. Whenever the UCP candidates come on scene, people are doing well. I've been talking to some people, and they seem to think the UCP is going to pull it off. Yeah.
Okay, you did have Vitor Marciano there for a little while. I know we couldn't get him on, but I imagine you spoke with him a bit. He's usually got his ear to things. He's maintaining optimism with how things are looking right now.
Yeah, Vitor's optimistic. He seems to think the UCP is going to win. He's saying what the polls are saying, like projections are saying, 50 to 55 seats. Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks, Jonathan. We'll check in when something changes down there and see what's happening. All right, so that was our Jonathan Bradley. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, so it's jumping up now. I'm seeing 155,000 votes cast, 158,000 now. So finally, I think we're on the move. And 57% is where the UCP is saying the popular vote versus 39% with the NDP with this many.
Well, just so long as what they're going to be worried about is building up a huge majority in a safe seat and losing by 15 in a margin seat. So how is that? What can we see there?
Yeah, the seat by seat's hard. I got to kind of drill down to find which ones are standing out. Some have reported a lot and some a little, but I mean, when we're getting up into the 160,000 vote range, we can, with that overall province, we can start reading in. It's looking pretty good for the UCP at this point.
So that's about 10% of the likely turnout.
Perhaps, yeah. Well, that's actually 18% of the voting places reporting. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it depends on the size of the polls. But yes,
I'd say when it's double that, we'll have a much better idea.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to check in with Mr. Naylor there and see what's happening on his end. He's checked into a few more of those ridings, and we'll see what's going on out there. It's going to be a few close ones to talk about. Hey, Dave, how's it looking for you there?
Well, I'm getting a bit frustrated. I'm going to have to leave to go down to the Big Four building to teach Jonathan how to tie his tie. But other than that, yeah, we've got almost 20% of the polls now in, 163,000 votes cast. Current standings are 53 to 33 for the UCP. I think you just mentioned, Corey, the UCP has now got 56% of the popular vote compared to almost 40% of for the NDP. Calgary Acadia continues to be very close. The NDP leading by 6 ballots there. Calgary Bow, the UCP's got a bit of a lead, 831 to 661. Calgary Buffalo, the NDP pulling away, 1,687 to 971. Oh, what else do we want to see? Calgary Edgemont, very close. UCP with 1,019 votes compared to the NDP's 954. Calgary Elbow, 1643 for the 1631, excuse me, for the NDP, 1486 for the UCP. Calgary Foothills, close, 1220 for the UCP, 1,063 for the NDP. Other ridings that have a fair amount of votes in at the moment. Calgary Varsity has a lead of 150 votes for the NDP. They're at 981 at the moment. No real big surprises that I'm seeing in Edmonton at the moment. Airdrie looks to be, at least Airdrie Cochrane, solidly UCP. Airdrie East still hasn't got a ballot in yet. Come on, Airdrie East, don't be last. Banff Kananaskis, the UCP, ahead by a couple of hundred, 916 to 699. We've mentioned Danielle Smith, elected in Brooks, Medicine Hat. Drayton Valley, Devon, looks to be a lock for the UCP. What else can I tell you, Corey? Morinville, St. Albert, very close, 4,977. UCP, 4,371 for the NDP. That's 4 out of 20 ballots in. Sherwood Park, 2457 NDP, 2378 for UCP. That one too close to call at the moment. That's what I got at the moment. So that's fully 20% of all ballots cast now, Corey, or voting places reporting 185,000 votes cast.
All right, Dave. Well, thanks for that update. I'm glad we've got some updates to get from you, Onigodi. I imagine they should start pouring in pretty fast, quickly now.
Let's hope so.
All right, that was Dave Naylor. Now I'm joined by a couple of guests back in the studio. We've got David Parker and Chris Sims here with me. It's the magic that they swapped out while I was talking to Dave. So finally, we got some numbers to talk about, though.
Finally.
But I mean, I'll start a bit just with David. We were talking a little bit outside. Like the thing I already, what I see as a loss in this election for Albertans is now we've had some funny business, and I'm not going to read in corruption or fixing or anything like that. But now we've had this odd, unexplained delays, and there's going to be some people who won't trust the bloody results.
Well, yeah, the problem here is that the whole idea behind these tabulators was that they were going to make everything more efficient and quicker, and we get better results. And now we're seeing these huge delays. I've watched a lot of elections. Why were we stuck at 65,001 votes for like half an hour? I've never seen that before ever in elections. Now, I'm sure there's a reason. I'm hopeful that they'll give us a reason. But the issue here is not that I think there's cheating, because I actually don't think that there's cheating.
I don't either.
What I'm worried about is there's a lot of people who have been traumatized by their government and now have a lack of faith in their government. And what we need is an institution that people can have faith in. And that is why I was advocating for paper ballots. It's not because I think that elections Alberta is corrupt. I don't think that. What I think is that there's a lot of people who are worried about this, and we need to calm their nerves and give them their trust in their institutions. And this is not building trust in institutions. This is fodder for conspiracy theory right now.
It certainly is. But I mean, so I'll go to you, Chris. So now we've got some updated numbers. I think we can start reading a little into this now. So we've got 21% reporting. I won't go writing by writing like Dave did, or constituency by constituency, but popular vote is interesting. I mean, a lot of people were thinking the NDP might be even ahead in the popular vote, but the seat count would work. But right now it's 55.7% UCP and 40.2 NDP. That and with now with 21% reporting, we could start to think, boy, this is starting to look kind of favorable at the very least for the UCP.
With our supporters, we have thousands of them here in Alberta. By and large, they, of course, want lower taxes, less waste, and more accountable government within the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. So I think it stands to reason that most of the email and messages we would get at the CTF would be meat and potatoes issues like balance the budget, lower my taxes, fight Justin Trudeau's carbon tax, stop him from tripling it, fight just transition, very economic and money level issues. And I think the reason why that's speaking to so many people now is because it's so bloody unaffordable. Like, it's just not an option. It's not like you're at the grocery store and you get to pick between paper and plastic bags. If you can't afford groceries because food is inflating so much, you're darn right that you're going to care most about pocketbook issues. And so I think that is what we're seeing reflected here, because, not picking aside, one party talked a lot about lowering taxes and balancing the budget and putting more money in your pocket, and the other party didn't. They focused more on what issues they care about and their social issues. And so I think this might show that more people are cared about pocketbook issues right now.
Well, and I mean, most people aren't like ourselves. We're very ideological. We have our views. A lot of people, it doesn't matter what you lean, which way, this way or that way. If you can't make the mortgage, or if you're worried about buying groceries, it doesn't matter. Then you're starting to look for who you feel most confident that's going to help you there, even if it perhaps is holding their nose and voting.
You know, a stat that jumps out at me every year, and it's something I have since my talk radio days, is the food bank use. And food bank use is at record high levels across Canada, including here in Alberta, where we're doing relatively well compared to other provinces. Another stat that really jumped out was from the Grocers Association. It came out last week. It might be even worse. Food purchases are down. Yeah. The volume, wow. Did you see that?
I did. Like, people are buying less
food. Yeah. And so what that means,
they're getting less nutrients.
That's correct, because they're skimping and scratching, right? And so we're seeing, and I spoke with one of the ladies that works at the food bank, and she said that they're seeing working people. This is not people who've been thrown out of work, you know, God love them. These are working people who are saying, I still can't make ends meet. So if you're dealing with a populace that's like that, I think more people vote with their wallet.
And I think, you know, again, for what I would read in, I mean, there was so much focus on the personality, particularly with the NDP. That was the strategy, was if we can undercut the other party, that's fine. But my thoughts were towards the tail end, people wanted to hear, okay, we get it, but now what are you going to do? And they didn't pivot. You know, if they'd have changed, perhaps.
They were really loud on the anti-Smith, right? All they wanted to talk about was all of the things that Danielle Smith had said and twisting them, making them look as bad as they possibly could. I mean, the whole pension stuff, I think, is a really good example, right? They claimed that Danielle Smith wanted to take people's pensions away. Now, that is just a blatant lie. If anything, we wanted to give more people more money from their pensions, because Alberta puts way more into the CPP than they get back. But of course, that's lost in the noise of the constant repeated lie. But I'm quite proud of Albertans if these are going to be the results. I don't know if we've seen any more, but it seems like we're seeing an incredible pushback against these lies, a 55% UCP right now. It might not stay that way, but if it does stay that way, I think that will be a loud critique of the negative campaign that Rachel Notley ran.
It certainly would, and the votes are really coming in. We're at 24% now, and it's still holding 56% UCP. Yeah. 52 seats looking at, you know, leading anyways to 35 going on there.
I point out that 56% is 2 or 3% higher than Jason Kenney got in terms of the popular vote.
Yeah, it's early, but we're seeing things start to come in. Maybe I see, I'll pull them in quickly, Ted Morton on deck there too, and you get an interpretation from somebody who's been, you know, outside and watching from a distance, if he's able to come in and talk for a little bit there. There you go. Hello, Mr. Morton. How you doing down there?
Good. I'll just pick up on the economic issue. When the NDP won in 2015, the people who were happy with that, so this is the new Alberta. It's younger. People are coming from other places. It's more diverse, more ethnically diverse. It's not the old Alberta of Peter Lougheed and Ralph Klein. And of course, they're partly right, but they're mostly wrong, because people since the 1960s, 70s, 80s, people have been coming to Alberta in large numbers. When I moved to Calgary, the population was 600,000. Today, it's, you know, what, 1.2 million, 1.3 million. When I moved there in 1980-81, everybody I met at the hockey rink, because I had kids in junior hockey, everyone was from Saskatchewan. Why were they from Saskatchewan? Because the NDP had killed the economy in Saskatchewan for decades. A decade or so later, there are all sorts of young people from BC. Why were they here? Because the NDP was killing the economy in BC. So new people, young people, different types of people, immigrants have been coming to Alberta for the last 40 or 50 years. And they're coming here for economic opportunity. And I think on that issue, as all of your panelists have said tonight, Danielle and the UCP, both the Kenney record and the Danielle Smith campaign have focused on those issues. And I think both older Albertans, the majority of older Albertans, and the majority of new Albertans and younger Albertans care about those issues. And that's why you're seeing the positive results.
Yeah, so I mean, it's still a little premature to formally call it, but it's looking quite good. But we've also, I mean, you can see from that map we've got up, no matter what happens in this, we've got a very regionally divided province. Whoever the new premier may be, they've really got quite a something to manage with that. I mean, you are there to represent the entire province, and it's very clear that Edmonton and area has solidly rejected the UCP. So there's a lot of outreach, say, if it becomes Premier Smith, to try and soothe that.
There's nothing very new about that either. I mean,
yeah.
the NDP
it's more stark than it used to be.
I mean, the nickname in the PC caucus when I was there, it was called not Edmonton, but Redmonton.
Right.
Even I've heard that.
Yeah. So again, that's really not anything too new.
No, it's just a very solid red these days. But
it's a university town, it's a government town, and those are factors that push people to the left because they like more government.
Most definitely. All right. Well, thank you. We'll put you back there and check in with the numbers again and see where we're going. I think we're getting towards the turf where we're going to see some outlets getting tempted to call it. Yeah. I think. So thank you again. Yeah, Dr. Ted Morton. So
I like how you mentioned people moving here for opportunity. I'm one of them. I thank you very much, Alberta, for taking in British Columbian here. Our family moved here in the summer, and just speaking personally, I can give you a roadmap. He mentioned the cost of living in Vancouver. It's about 77 cents per liter is taxes on your gasoline. Here, it's around 32 cents per liter. Folks, if you're filling up a pickup truck in Calgary, you're saving $50 every time you're filling up, just in the tax difference between those two cities. And so I think that is a huge draw. And if some of these numbers hold, maybe that's the right ticket, is to focus on economic issues.
Absolutely. And something I've said, many times before and other things is new Albertans, whether from other countries, whether from other provinces, these are people typically of ambition. I mean, that takes some courage. You've got to get up and leave your comfort zone, your friends, your family. You're trying to make something more than from where you came from. They're not asking somebody to do things for them. And these are people that do things for themselves. So, I mean, that's good people to tend to be conservative voters.
And it's interesting that we know that the UCP was trying to make this election about economic issues. And I think a lot of the pundits and a lot of people said that they weren't being very successful in that. But I think maybe these results would speak to what you just said. Maybe the average Albertan, which I've always believed is more intelligent than the attacks, and is looking at the numbers and saying, what is good for me? Albertans love freedom. That's probably part of why you came here, I would imagine. And I mean, I was in Ontario, but I moved back here because this was the only place that felt like it could be free. So I think we are seeing Albertans give a resounding stamp of approval to the freedom-based message of Danielle Smith right now. What are the numbers we haven't seen?
Yeah, well, I'll go to a quick check-in with Arthur, but somebody else, one of the commenters, is asking because the numbers have been updating. So, perhaps while Arthur comes in, I'll give a quick rundown of what I'm seeing now, because they're changing fast. Finally, it was so agonizing.
Well, it was horrible.
Yes. So we've got 288,000 votes counted now, 27%. That is working out to a popular vote of, again, still sitting at about 56% for the UCP. A little over 40% for the NDP. And of course, the other parties just aren't a factor in this election. And roughly that's translating in the leading in seats then to 50 for UCP and 36 for NDP at this time.
I guess Rocky Mountain House hasn't, or is it Airdrie East still that has? Oh, yeah, you probably. No worries.
Scroll through that. Well, I want to quickly check in with Arthur. He's at NDP headquarters there. Hey, Arthur, I'm wondering, as results are coming in, are you starting to get a feel? I mean, it wouldn't be, you'd be getting pretty nervous if you're an NDP supporter right now.
The room is quite loud in here, Corey. We just had a huge cheer. Janice Irwin is actually just sat behind me, taking an interview with another media outlet. Edmonton Highwoods Norwood, she received 2,417 votes. UCP in second place at 923. And of course, not all of the polls are in yet. The room here is starting to get ecstatic as as more NDP supporters pour in, they're completely optimistic that that Rachel Notley will be the next premier of Alberta. But I mean, we have to wait until the rest of the results, of course, come in. Right now, we have a total of 290,000 votes in. It's 27%. I have been looking at the spoiled ballots. We do have some rejected ballots, 1,327, and 132 declined ballots. According to the website, we have 301,000 votes cast now for it. So the results are going to come in fast and furious.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess they're just trying to keep the cheer and keep the optimism. And as it said, I mean, it ain't over until the Girths and Ladies sings, but it's starting to look in one pretty distinct direction so far. But we'll see how things go, and we'll check in later.
Yeah, I do believe, Corey, that I'm not well liked here. I did ask for some interviews from an NDP staffer, and was told until the Western Standard apologizes, we will not be granted any interviews. So that's why I'm back on here in Exile Corner doing my update.
It's unfortunate. I mean, as what's probably going to be an up-and-coming party trying to gain traction, they'd want a friendly media outlet at some point. But we'll deal with that later. Arthur, just make sure you pour your own water there. Don't get somebody to get it for you. And we'll check in with you in a little while.
I've got my car parked near the front door, Corey.
Okay. Thanks, Arthur.
Could you make him say cart more? Just like every time he talks, I need Arthur to say cart.
It's beautiful, isn't it? This is the diversity of Alberta.
Yes.
Okay. So thanks, Arthur. We'll check in with you a little later. Looks like Jonathan's going to be speaking to somebody in a few moments. But, we've got a lot to talk about finally, right? It's not just speculation anymore. We're at 30%. And now it's 50-36, 55-41 on those percentages. So, I think
it's looking good. Now, the question I have, if people are still looking and wondering what's going to be happening, the first is, how many of the advance polls are reporting, and how many have they reported yet? Are they even going to report the advance polls until after they count all of the first ones?
Yeah, I have that.
Okay, there we go.
There
Perfect.
we go. So we have regular votes, 178,000 of them counted, 125,000 advance ones,
Okay, so
and 13,000 mobile and 9,700 special ballots. So we don't really have any outlying odd ballots now there that can
skew
really
things then. No. So I would say, I don't understand the NDP optimism right now.
Well, they're just united in their loathing of poor Arthur there. But we'll make it worthwhile. I got to switch over to Jonathan Bradley, and then we're going to change some things over. So I'll check in with Jonathan. He's got somebody on deck there, and we'll talk to you guys later.
Okay.
Hello, Jonathan. Oh, we've lost Jonathan.
You want us to stay?
Well, just we were going to be doing a change up. Maybe we'll check in with Dave Naylor and go. There's Jonathan again. All right, I'm going to talk to somebody in a moment. And okay, it looks like Jonathan with Brad Tennant. Hey, how you doing, Brad? You got no sound, Brad. All right, so we'll check in with Dave Naylor and see what's going on with the updated results. I don't think Jonathan's got the sound going. So, Dave,
live.
Newsroom, it's getting a little more lively now.
Yeah, it's getting more interesting. But I know what everybody's wanting to know right now, Corey, is how many votes the commies have. And I can tell you across Alberta, the Communist Party of Alberta has got 123 votes. So, what the heck's going on?
It's as many as you could slip when reaching over the ballot. Maybe it's he who shouldn't be named, but what the heck if we're going to punch down any signs of Artur Pawlowski making a breakthrough in this poll so far?
Oh, wait, he's the Solidarity Movement, right? Or is he the Independence Party?
Something solid coming out of him.
Solidarity, 952. Might as well just run down a few of these. Corey, the Liberal Party, 1,025. The Alberta Party, 2,946. The Commies, as mentioned, 123. The Greenies, 2,848. The Pro-Life Alberta Political Association, 19. The Reform Party of Alberta, 29. The Buffalo Party of Alberta, 20. The Party, 994. The Wild Rose Independence Party, 286. Man, what a difference from the last election. So right now we got 31% of all polls reporting, 350,000 ballots counted, and it seems to be holding out now at 51 UCP, 36 for the New Democrats, UCP with 55% of the popular vote, NDP with 41%.
All right. Thanks for the update, Dave. We'll check in with you soon. I'm sure it's going to be getting near time to call this for one party or another. And we'll pivot over to the UCP headquarters where Jonathan Bradley has Brad Tennant, I believe, ready to chat with us there. And we'll see what's going on. Oh, I'm hearing some noise. Right on. Hello, Brad. How you doing out there?
Excellent. How about yourself?
Good. So, I mean, the room has got to be starting to get pretty jubilant after such a long stalling and tension, I guess, waiting for results.
Yeah, pretty jubilant. Maybe the bar's been open for a couple hours, sort of thing. But it is, people are getting excited here. It's been a sustained UCP win thus far, or a sustained UCP lead, and I think people are just waiting to see some of the some more depth for those results to come in to back that up.
Right. So, I mean, with things tonight, though, I mean, it's been quite a nail biter. There's still, it looks like Edmonton's still going to stick pretty solidly orange. Do you think there might be a couple of breakthroughs around there, though? I mean, the night's going well, but it can't seem to crack that crowd over there.
Yeah, I think that there's definitely a number that the UCP is going to play in. I think that the federal elections show that the Conservatives can usually win overwhelmingly there. And we were close last provincial election in a number of seats that, in the last week where we weren't able to get it done. But there's some good candidates there. I wouldn't count it out at this point. So much of this is going to come down to advanced polls and still stuff to be reported. So I think there's still some hope for the UCP in Edmonton.
Right on. Well, we got a lot of viewers looking forward to things. Some people who can't make it down to the rally themselves. Anything you can send their way? Is it too late to come down? Or I imagine the speeches are going to start pretty...
Yeah, no, I can see in my own view some people streaming in. I think some people are streaming in from local campaign offices too. So, still getting going here. And I think at some point tonight we'll have a speech and a pretty excited crowd.
Excellent. Well, thanks for checking in with us there and your patience with our audio. I really appreciate it. And, let's see if you got a good night ahead of you.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks for having me.
Great, thank you. Well, that was Brad Tennant kind of back there. Okay, so we've refreshed our panel here. A couple of, kind of recycled, I guess. You guys have been in tonight already, but that's all right. And we've got Josh Anders and James Finkbeiner. How you guys doing?
I'm good. I'm great. Things are looking good. Things are looking solid as the numbers are coming in. I'm happy with what we're seeing. I'd hope that with the tabulators that some of the votes would be coming in a little bit more quickly, but it is what it is. Every vote's going to get counted. It should be wrapped up here hopefully in the next hour or so.
Yeah, we'll see. So, I'll give another quick update because these numbers are just coming in really fast. Finally, they were kind of blocked up at the dam. So 410,000 votes cast, 35% reporting. We're looking at 42% for the NDP and popular vote, 55% for the UCP, roughly with the leading in ridings, 48% with the UCP to 39% with the NDP. So, Josh, what do you think? What's happened tonight?
Well, it looks like the Conservatives are coming home. It was touch and go there for a while during the campaign, but we're starting to see, we saw the late endorsement by Pierre Poilievre. We saw the late endorsement by Stephen Harper. I think that put a lot of people's minds at ease. And I thought Danielle's performance in the debate really calmed a lot of fears amongst more, what we won't call them mainstream conservatives, but more progressive conservatives that were concerned about some of the more extreme rhetoric coming from, more the mainstream media reporting than anything else. But it is nice to see. This election never should have been in doubt. This is a very conservative leading province with very strong conservative values across the board. So I do think it's just the Conservatives are coming home to roost, and it's just kind of part of the course with the United Party.
Yeah, so what I think has kind of happened a little bit is I mean, they overshot. You know, they kind of put everything out in that first 2 weeks of the NDP with the negative, and honestly, it brought me down a little, thinking, "Wow, okay, this has been effective. We'll see." I mean, just in the sense of the negativity of it all, but it seems to, in my view, I mean, they inoculated it. They couldn't move on to becoming a policy thing. They were just stuck, James. I think with that whole negative. We've just got to smear the other team enough and not talk about ourselves.
Well, and that was the thing. And I think Rachel Notley forgot that she was also the premier at a certain point, and she had a record to run on or run against as well. And I think when people look back and they really started to remember how bad things were under the NDP, I think that's where a lot of the more progressive and the more moderate conservatives looked back and really thought, you know, what is a 38% tax increase actually going to look like? Because last time it looked like hundreds of thousands of job losses. And this time, modestly, it was looking at tens of thousands of job losses. And when you still have, you know, downtown Calgary that's just starting to get back up on its feet, it's just starting to turn the corner. The you know, the progressives in Calgary, they're showing up to vote, and they're showing up and they're saying, you know what, we trust Danielle, we trust conservative math. We trust their fiscal policy to continue to guide us to prosperity. And that's how we do it in Alberta, is by keeping taxes low.
Well, and that was, something a bit more of a turning point too. I mean, when we finally got a policy, a real solid one from the NDP, it was that, hey, we're going to hike the corporate tax. And that one just kind of flatlined a little, it felt like, among the populace. You know, they didn't want to quite hear that. But I think they had to throw some red meat to their own base. I mean, the NDP's really been working hard to moderate themselves. They wanted to make them sound as if they're a more progressive wing of a mainstream party, but you know, they had to do something for their base, for their unions. So the old "let's stick it to the corporations" tax might have felt like a good idea, but it didn't seem to resonate, I don't think.
Well, and it wasn't just that. I felt like a lot of, like, the attacks came early. They came hard. They came early. And they seem to peter out at the end. I mean, I talked to people, and they keep hearing the same attack ad about, you know, spending for doctor's appointments or having to pay for doctor's appointments, and so on and so forth. And all these attacks, they fell flat. They kind of ran out of steam. And people just, if you keep hearing the same thing over and over again, it disrupts the message. And I do think that the back half of the campaign, I was really impressed with the UCP's message discipline. They talked about the issues. They talked about what they were going to do. They didn't focus on the fact that the NDP didn't really have much of a campaign platform other than attack. So I do think that these are the factors that are coming in. The polls showed that the UCP had momentum coming in. And I think a lot of that has to do with message discipline and just, you know, the fact that the NDP came out too hard, too fast, and ran out of attacks about midway through the campaign.
Well, to be fair, I mean, Premier Smith gave them a lot of ammunition to work with. I mean, there were a lot of very questionable statements. There was thousands of hours of podcast time, of radio time, shows all over the place. But I mean, you can only dig it up so much. I mean, the people who were going to be put off by something she said in a past radio show or a podcast or something, they were put off in the first week. You know, when you keep compounding, it didn't compound into an added effect, I think, in losing support.
Well, and the major attacks were that the UCP is going to make you pay to see your family physician. But we know that that's not even possible. Under the Canada Health Act, it's not even possible. And she's always supported a single-payer public system with mixed private-public delivery. And we're already seeing just a few changes. We're seeing ambulances. When was the last code red? Every other day we were reporting on this. Emergency rooms across the province were closing every other weekend, but we're seeing that start to stabilize. We're seeing more doctors, we're seeing more nurses come into the province. We've had the most in-migration of any province in the country right now. We're continuing to grow. And we're seeing some of the first policies that she put in when she became the premier. They're starting to actually have an effect, and people are starting to see these things change in their daily lives. So, you know, if we continue down this track, well, how long until the surgical wait times are dropped significantly with the new system that we're putting in place?
Well, and that was quite a gamble on the part of Danielle Smith. When she committed back in January, said, we're going to make these changes to the EMS. And she said, we're going to see results by spring. She was confident in it. But that could have backfired terribly, because if those results hadn't been seen, I know if I was an NDP strategist, I'd be playing that quote and said, look what she said in January. Obviously, the rest of her healthcare policies aren't going to play. And I mean, it was difficult for her to campaign against herself. I mean, some of those quotes, if you took them direct, though, she did say outright that perhaps people should pay, when they just do a doctor's visit or things like that. That scares a lot of people. The NDP smelled blood in the water with that, but I guess it didn't resonate in the end. Or it hasn't seemed to have anyway.
And I think just because it was such a negative approach that they had throughout the campaign, they had a difficult time really promoting policies that were positive. So just by taking such a negative approach, it made it difficult for them to promote the things that they were going to do to help. I mean, I can't really list off very many that I saw on the multitudes of TV ads and other media sources where I saw NDP attack ads. I didn't see anything talking about what the NDP was going to do. And a big reason for that is that they can't really campaign on their record. For 4 years they were in government, we saw unemployment go up, rapidly. We saw one of the deepest recessions in the history of this province. So for them, I think they had to, the only approach they could take that made sense to them was an approach that really was a negative approach. It was to try and make Danielle seem like a crazy, angry conspiracy theorist. And at the end of the day, I think that the way that she handled herself throughout the campaign, she was very calm, she was very measured, she was very academic and intellectual in her approach throughout the campaign. And I think it eased a lot of fears that amongst the population about a lot of the things that the NDP were using as attacks, whether that be healthcare or the economy or crime, right? Like we have
That was another big one. That was really, I think, that probably really affected a lot of people. We spoke earlier with the last panelists about how, meat and potatoes issues such as paying the bills. I mean, those resonate with people, but feeling safe. I mean, in the urban battleground, Calgary, Edmonton, when at least traditionally the NDP is going to take that permissive approach, things with drug enablement. I mean, we've got a lot of battles going on in every city, a very bad problem of addiction everywhere. Again, Premier Smith took a very definitive stance on approaching policing and addictions treatment. The NDP didn't say much. They just kind of didn't put out a counter policy, I didn't think, on that.
No, and kind of surprising in the Premier's debate against NDP candidate Gwendolyn Dirk in the Brooks Chamber of Commerce debate, the NDP candidate came out swinging, saying that the UCP's policy of recovery doesn't work and that the facilities that they've opened up are a mess and that they're struggling to treat people properly. And I mean, I know people personally, I've had family that have since gone into these treatment facilities and, people are actually coming out successful and they're doing better. And the new Alberta recovery model that's going in place, like the recovery facility that's opening up in Red Deer, that has taken some long-term thinking and it has a long-term goal. That's not just a 28-day program. That could be up to a year. That could be more, depending on what the client's needs are. This is something that no other government in this country has actually tried, which is taking the addiction crisis head on and actually doing something about it. So far, they've done nothing but to push it off. We started with the needle exchanges and the clean needles, and then we went to safe injection, and we've just seen nothing but chaos and deaths. And I think the numbers that came out, I think it was actually a National Post article that came out in the last week. Right now, just at the beginning of this year, Alberta's numbers are down significantly, and British Columbia's numbers are almost double. So when you have an NDP government that is being echoed by the NDP party in Alberta, they're already failing there and they want to champion the exact same programs here. Well, you know what? We can compare side by side which program's actually doing better. And, the NDP didn't come up with a better idea. They didn't, they said, okay, we're going to keep expanding recovery. Okay, but what else? Where's the policing and security that comes with it? What about the random attacks? What about the stabbings? What about the murders? What about the open air drug use? And these aren't just Calgary, Edmonton problems. I lost a nomination in Cypress Medicine Hat. This is a Medicine Hat issue. This is a Lethbridge issue. This is a Red Deer, Grand Prairie, Fort McMurray. There is not a single community in this province that the mental health and addictions crisis isn't affecting. And, the UCP has basically built their entire healthcare and their plan around healthcare, policing, security, mental health, addictions, everything. It starts around this recovery model and grows out. It grows out into jobs. It grows out into training, into education. And, that's a full plan. And that's something that Albertans could sink their teeth into. And the NDP just had nothing to come back to that with.
If I could just piggyback on that.
Oh, cut in quickly.
yeah.
Sorry, we've had someone on deck for a bit there. So we'll check in because I got a feeling it's going to get too loud to speak to people over there pretty soon at the UCP gathering down there. And we've got Rebecca Scholes there. Hey, how are you doing over there?
Hi there. Yeah, it's a little loud in here, so it's a bit hard to hear you guys, but things are going well. I think people are pretty anxious to see some of the results start to roll in.
Great. So, I mean, this was well, I don't want to call it over yet, but it's definitely been one of the most hard-fought elections I've seen in quite some time. I believe it was Mr. Cloutier down south you were running against. Have you found it to be a more difficult campaign than 2019?
I would say it's a different campaign than in 2019. Obviously, there have been a couple of challenging years here in Alberta with what we saw economically speaking. But where we are today, coming out of this, leading the nation, seeing a more diverse, very strong economy, jobs and opportunity, more people choosing to call Alberta home. I think when people look at where Alberta is today versus where Alberta was back in 2019, I think that's the choice that Albertans are making tonight.
Great. Well, and I mean, you ran for the leadership. You made a good go of it, and you've stuck with it, which is something we like to see more of. I mean, well, and you're young. There's a lot of in the future for you. Has Party Unity felt good? I mean, it must be some tense times you've all come through in this last month.
It has been a challenging couple of years, like I said. But after the leadership race, I think our team really came together. Obviously in the best interests of our party and for Albertans. We solidified behind our leader, Danielle Smith, and put forward a platform that built on the work that we had done over the last 4 years and what we had released in a spring budget that's really focused on jobs, economic growth, keeping our communities safe. We balanced the budget not once but twice and introduced balanced budget legislation, which it does matter to Albertans. Albertans know what it was like to have the debt paid in full. And so we were really focused on coming together to keep Alberta moving forward and, put forward a platform that Albertans could really get behind and support.
Well, it's not over yet, but it's getting close. So you looks like you have a lot of work ahead of you, either way that you look at it. So I appreciate you checking in with us. Is there anything you'd like to leave our viewers with before I let you go back to the gathering there?
Oh, sorry, I didn't quite catch that last question there, but I also appreciate your time, and I think we're all very much looking forward to the results.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll talk again soon, I hope. All right, so that was Rebecca Scholes coming from the UCP headquarters. I'm going to check in with Dave because we've had a lot of numbers coming in, and it's getting, we're getting close to, I think, being able to make some strong predictions on how things are going to come. Hey, Dave, how are we looking now?
Well, Corey, we're approaching 600,000 ballots counted. 44% of the polling stations have reported, and we're seen to be settling in at 52 to 35. Ridings for the UCP. Taking a look at some of the closer ones, Calgary, Acadia, the NDP has pulled ahead, but it's only by about 60 votes, and that's with less than half of the poll stations recording. Calgary Bow, UCP ahead by 500 votes, with 7 out of 16 poll stations reporting. What else is close in Calgary? Calgary Edgemont. That's been back and forth all night. Currently, UCP ahead 93-13 to 88-75. Calgary Elbow, about 300 vote leading for the NDP there. Calgary Foothills, the UCP candidate is up only by 200, and that's with more than half of the polls reporting now. Calgary Northwest, the UCP up 35-62, 31-49 for the NDP. So that one's not over by a long shot. And Edmonton is all NDP as predicted. Looks like Airdrie is going to be all UCP. Banff Kananaskis, the UCP candidate, up by 1,700 votes right now. So that's a bit of a shock there, Corey. That was marked down by many as a bellwether riding that was going to be very close, but UCP seemed to be off to a running start there. Drayton Valley, Devon, the easy win for the UCP. Both the Fort McMurray ridings appear to be going the UCP. What else do we want to talk about? Lethbridge, both of the ridings down there going to NDP. Lethbridge East is the closer of the two, 768 to 618. Morinville now with a 1,100 vote lead for the UCP. Red Deer continues to be voting UCP. Sherwood Park, it looks like it's going NDP with a almost a 1,500 vote majority there. And the rest is the rest. So the big surprise to me there is the big lead that UCP has in Banff, Corey. That comes as a bit of a shock to everybody in our newsroom.
Yeah, all right. Well, including me. As I said, I live in Banff Kananaskis. It is a tricky riding. Miranda Rosenet's her first term in it, and the farther east you go in that one, constituency starts way out in Prentice where I am, which is very conservative, and ends up in Lake Louise, which is not. So it looks like Miranda's really done her groundwork out there and then done well with it.
Yep, it's she's in the catbird seat right now.
Right on. Okay, well, thanks, Dave. Well, looks like somebody will be calling this one fairly soon, I imagine.
You would think so. We have 46% of the ballots now cast. So, elections in previous years, we were able to call them after 30 minutes, but, we're now 3 hours into this one.
Yeah, no, nothing's happening fast tonight. All right, thanks, Dave. We'll check in with you again soon, I'm sure.
Thanks.
All right, and I'll just throw one more out there. I saw a commenter asking about Fort Saskatchewan, Vegreville. That's 3,400 for the UCP and 1,700 for the NDP. So that one's pretty solidly UCP. Okay, so we've shaken up our panel again. It's gotten a lot prettier now.
Oh, thank you.
I'll take
last
it.
couple of guys. Oh, Josh, you're looking in the right light. He can either way. That's sidetracking. So Chris Sims back again, and Christine Cusinelli. Welcome back to the desk tonight. We got some results to discuss now. They're really pouring in.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while since you've been in, Christine. What do you think? It looks like we've the conservative of the UCP nail biter hasn't turned out to be quite as much of what they thought it would be.
Well, and I didn't think it was going to be too much of a nail biter, to be honest, tonight. I feel pretty confident. Even arriving tonight, I felt really confident because, if you look at how things were played out, the media always likes to kind of play, we have a two-party system at the moment, really, and it's a bit of a two-horse race, right? So the media really, really played that up, and I think that they were more dramatic about what the result tonight is going to show. My feeling going into this was that it was going to be a solid win. Maybe we weren't going to be, a total landslide, but it's going to be a solid win, I think.
It's certainly starting to shape up that way. Again, Chris, was this landing kind of around where your predictions were, or?
I'm in Lethbridge East,
Mhm.
which looks like a flipping seat back and forth. How many votes are in there? If I put
I'll
you on the
scroll it
spot
down
here,
while you talk,
because
and we'll have a look.
So for me, right outside my front door, it felt close. And every time I was listening to the news, it felt close. So I thought it was going to be closer. Again, we've only got 46% of ballots.
So Lethbridge East, one of 27 polls has reported. It was a big one because it has 768 votes for the NDP and 618 for the UCP.
But only one?
Only one out of 27, according to
And
this.
see, that can be different.
That can change a great deal yet. It depends on which part of Lethbridge you're in.
Exactly.
And a lot of things.
So I'm on the east side,
So
and
don't
I live
sweat
in the
that.
north side. Well, we'll see. We'll see. For me, honestly, what matters is how much money people are keeping in their pockets and what the size of government is and how, nasty it can become. And so the north side of Lethbridge, for example, is a bit more working class, whereas the south side, you've got more of voter concentration around the hospital, for example. And so that could, depending on which polling station is in, that could be how it's showing up depending that way. I find it, again, very interesting how, for the most part, I've been getting messages about issues. People write to us about their pocketbook, about not being able to afford to fill up their vehicles, about not being able to afford food, what kind of prospects their kid is going to have for a job. What I find interesting is that a lot of us, especially those of us who've been in media for a long time, can get kind of caught up in the Hollywood, back and forth fun game show thing of politics. Most normal people don't care about politicians.
What?
They don't. I know, sorry to burst people's bubble. To me, this is just the Olympics, but most normal people don't care. And so I think that's where they drift away from the whole horse race personality, who said what, blah, blah, blah. And they're really about pocketbook issues.
Well, and Twitter isn't the real world.
No,
and
it's not.
I spend a lot of time there. I know that. I have a good time on Twitter and that. But if Twitter was the reality, we'd have probably 82 NDP seats right now or something already. So, I mean, they've dominated social media, but Twitter accounts can't vote, thankfully, yet.
There you go. And the real people that are going out to vote, I think, represent the folks that you're talking about. The real people that are going out to vote, they're the ones who are motivated because they have concerns about what is happening within their household, the income that they're bringing in versus what they're going to be having to put out there. And I think that probably the stake in the ground, I believe, happened to be when the NDP announced that they were going to be upping a corporate tax, because most people understand that at the end of the day, there is only one taxpayer. And it doesn't matter where you're going to go and increase that tax. Everybody should understand at this point who's going to be the responsible voter going out there. They understand that at the end of the day, that means less money coming into their household.
And what's really interesting about that corporate tax hike, bear with me because it sounds counterintuitive. When the corporate tax rate is low, when it's 8%, the government took in more money. I'll repeat that. When the corporate tax rate was at 8%, it took in around $6 billion from that tax. When it was floating at around 12%, it took in around $4 billion. Now, why is that? Of course, that's because more people are opening up shop, more people are physically moving here, more people are investing and actually starting businesses. So it sounds counterintuitive, right? If you want to make more money from something, just increase the price, but that's not how that works. Because the corporation, the business, will find other ways of cutting costs. They might leave, depends, they might downsize, they may not hire those extra folks, it all depends. But actually at that lower corporate tax rate, you take in more revenue as a government.
And I think we're going to see that people are going to gravitate towards that mentality because, at the end of the day, what we're all looking for is to be able to have make our money go a lot longer. So those are the people that I think have gone out to vote today. I'm counting on that. And at the at the end of our results today, I think that we're going to see a broader conservative, mindset that is going to be pervasive more so across the province. I don't think that the NDP coming in 2015 was going to be something that was going to trend in the future. I never believed that the day that I lost my seat. And that is because I think that Albertans are, by and large, people who believe strongly in stimulating our economy using principles that are conservative principles, fiscal principles that are conservative. And, at the end of tonight's show, my thinking is that Rachel Notley, unfortunately, is probably going to have to decide whether or not she'll continue as the leader of the party, and they're going to have to do some thinking about where they're headed in the future. I also think that there's going to be some interesting makings and certainly some inroads that the Alberta Party could make as a result of whatever happens tonight, which I believe is going to be a UCP victory. At the end of the day, I don't really think that, similar to Saskatchewan, how people have left Saskatchewan to come to Alberta. I believe it was you earlier who said that. I came from
British Columbia too.
And BC.
Yeah.
I think that those have been the historic trends politically that have taken place. And Alberta, I think we lost our way a little bit because we looked at the Progressive Conservative Party as entitled, and we had lost our way. We assumed we were going to continue winning, but I don't think that people are going to keep the NDP necessarily in the next election. We have the Alberta Party, I think, has a really, really good opportunity here.
Well, yeah, and I'm glad you brought up the third parties, and I'm going to go through because we've just passed the 50% mark now. We've got 721,000 votes in, it's 51%. We're looking at 44% for the NDP, 52% for the UCP. It's a 52 to 35 is sort of where the seats are sitting at right now. Now we've got, I don't know what it is, a dozen or more other parties in this race of varying strength. And none of them have broken 1%. I had spoken with I had Professor Flanagan on my show a little while back, and he pointed out to me, though, he said, look, as I said, with no right split, this should be easy. He says, Alberta isn't as right as you think it is. Before you had a Liberal Party that was also cutting up things kind of on the left, so you could afford to have this. Right now, we are truly two-party, and this might be it's been the first time in a long time, might be the first time for a long time coming, because parties will start sprouting up perhaps and expanding, but it gives a good measure of the province then right now. So, I mean, if we're looking at a 52% UCP, 44% NDP, that's a conservative-leaning province, but not overwhelmingly so. It doesn't look like our federal outlook does.
And it doesn't look like it used to look years ago. However, I found it interesting. I heard a commentator point this out, that for the longest time, that whatever term you want to use for the Conservative Party that existed here in Alberta, it encompassed so many more people within that, right? You'd have a much wider range of views within that very, very big blue tent. Now it seems to be concentrating more into more firm, clear philosophy and ideology. And maybe that's why we're looking at more of a two-party system right now. No matter what happens, we're at 51%, you said ballots are in.
Yes.
It's encouraging to see people get a voice and have some hope. One of the things that we do at the Taxpayers Federation is try to empower people and give them agency and a voice, and tell them, you know what, you can go to your city council and you can monitor them. You can write that letter. You can call that MLA because you are their boss. And I find giving people that agency really brings up their level of hope, and it includes their participation. Exactly.
There you go.
Exactly.
And you know, I love that you brought that up, because one of the things that I was hoping to be able to say tonight is about the leadership of Danielle Smith. You know, she didn't have a lot of runway when she won the leadership, you know, back however many months ago. That's not a lot of time. And I'll tell you, that to me is probably the most amazing comeback politically I've ever seen. And I think that Danielle, her greatest strength, which is also her greatest weakness, is the fact that she is so open-minded. Now, that's very rare, because quite often when a leader gets into the seat, they start to lose touch. And it's so easy. I can tell you from personal experience, you get sucked into, we actually call it dome disease.
Oh,
and
we call it auto-washed at the Ottawa level.
There
dome
you go,
disease
dome disease.
Okay.
I don't know who coined it. I don't know where it came from, but we certainly, you know, we'd poke each other and say dome disease. And you know what? I think that Danielle is going to have the next, if she wins tonight, which I believe she will, the next 6 to 9 months. What I hope to see from her is, I think the people need to rally around, and I'm speaking directly to our party. We need to rally around this leader. We need to be able to say to her that she doesn't need to apologize anymore for all of the things that she may have said in the past. Being a media personality versus being a leader of a party are two different things. And I think that if she continues doing the same things that she has done so far, which is listen to people, listen to the grassroots of the organization, she's not always going to be able to say yes to everybody. She will not. That's just by virtue of being in that seat of authority and power. But I know for a fact, my experience so far has been she is still reachable. She is still somebody who's in touch with, you know, if you have her personal cell phone number, she will continue to embrace those people who got her there in the first place. And I really think that the future ahead for her is going to be great.
Great. Okay. Well, we're going to do a check-in with Dave, and then a little shuffle here, and we'll move on with our coverage here.
TV
So
magic. We're going to disappear.
Absolutely. So, Mr. Naylor, how are things
going live? Hey, Corey, how's it going?
Good.
Sorry, didn't wake you up. Yeah, 50. Not really much news, Corey. 54% of ridings now, polls now reporting 782,988 ballots cast, which means so far we got a turnout of about 28%. Where that ends up, of course, up in the air. And we're holding at 53 seats elected and leading for the UCP, and 34 seats elected and leading for the NDP. In terms of percentage of the vote, NDP at 52.5%, and the NDP at 43.7%. Close ridings, Calgary, Acadia, Tyler Shandro now ahead by 10 votes. So it's more than half of the, or just under half of the polls counted. UCP ahead by a couple hundred, and actually by 400. The number just got updated in Calgary Bow. Calgary Curry appears to be gone to the NDP, 8,211 votes to 6,325. Calgary Edgemont is still fairly close, with the UCP leading by less than 400 votes. Calgary Elbow is also close, with the NDP up by about 150 votes. Don't trust my math here, though, Corey. Don't forget I did fail Math 10. That's why I went into journalism, because I can't count. What else is of interest here? Let's check in again with Banff. Banff Kananaskis. Wow. The UCP candidate is up 4,824 votes to 2,642 votes. So that's turned out to be not even close. So that's the latest update from out here, guys. Throw it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Dave. All right. Well, some of you are wondering, why haven't we called it yet? Well, that's because there's a lot of ridings that have results coming in, which makes sense. It's not, when there's like one vote coming in Fort McMurray for the NDP, we're not calling it for that. It doesn't make sense. But there's a lot of ridings that are on a knife's edge that I think might go the way they're trending, but there's still way too many polls to come in and could flip at any moment. Christine, so I'll come back to your old stomping grounds, Calgary Curry, which you represented from 2012 to 2015. Calgary Curry right now is trending NDP. I think at this point it probably is going 8,213 votes. Actually, more just came, 8,213 to 6,327. Probably not going UCP.
Nope.
But it wasn't a bellwether. The NDP was expected to win this one,
Absolutely. I had hope. Hope springs eternal.
Yeah. But maybe we'll look at some of the ones in that neighborhood that so let's talk Elbow. Elbow is a must win for the NDP. It's a nice to win for the UCP, but it's a knife fight. I actually thought the NDP would run away with a bit more at this point.
Yeah, I didn't.
48.1% NDP, 46.6% UCP, and still a fair number of votes still to come.
And if you look at the vote split there, I think that may be part of the reason that we're seeing, this kind of like push and pull. Chris Davis is a great candidate. I think he was able to rival the NDP, who's, I'm sorry, I don't know his name.
You're talking an Elbow?
Yeah.
Samir Kayandi?
Yeah, Kayandi, who is also a terrific candidate. And of course, Jonathan mentioned this earlier, so I just want to say it's usually the leader that carries, the flag that way. But nonetheless, if you're going door to door and you're looking down to the, vote by vote by vote, we have two very comparable candidates, evenly matched. Chris Davis is a very compassionate man. He has dedicated himself quite a bit in the community. And so I didn't think it was going to be as an easy win for the NDP as I think was portrayed in the very beginning. I live right next door, so I drive around a lot, and so signs don't vote, we know that, but nonetheless, I saw a ton of support out there on private properties for Chris Davis. And again, he is somebody that I think would appeal to people at the doors, especially if they're more progressive in nature, which they are in Elbow.
So I want to come down to talk about a riding here that I thought it is definitely 100% must win for the NDP. I thought was going to be in the NDP column. One vote separating right now. Calgary, Klein. Jeremy Nixon, this keeps on going up and down and up and down. Jeremy Nixon, UCP. This is not Jason Nixon.
Yeah.
They're brothers.
Yeah.
Jeremy Nixon, UCP, 4,275. The NDP's Lizette Tejada, 4,274.
This is going to be interesting.
Vote. But this is a must win for the NDP. The NDP doesn't win this riding.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming out.
Yeah.
It's over.
And I love that it's going that direction. I actually underestimated this particular riding. I had it a bit on the X, and I was feeling really upset about it because Jeremy is, again, he's a great man. I think he's a very caring person. I think he represented his riding really well. He started off as a brand new MLA, and I think he really grew into the role. So I'm really happy to see this.
Can we get this map up on the? Do you have it there?
Yeah. Okay. Nico, let's bring up the path to 44 graphic, not the map, but the graphic here. We're gonna put that up on the screen. There we go. So this is, we haven't showed this in a few hours,
and
but this is a great one to look at.
I just wanted to point out that if you look at the path to victory for the NDP and you look at the seats that they're currently leading in, it doesn't look good for them. They needed to pretty much sweep a lot of these toss-ups. It doesn't look like that's going their way.
UCP needed to win just 2 of the toss-ups. They're winning the bulk of them right now.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but they're winning the bulk.
And I think it goes back to, I think the Conservative vote is coming home. I think that's what we're seeing here tonight. I know it's too early to call according to, but at the end of the day, I think I'm actually really confident right now. I'm really happy with what I'm seeing. I think that the UCP is performing kind of what we were hoping that we would see.
Yeah.
This is your way of trying to stick it to me, saying I'm calling it. I'm calling it before the Western Standard does. That's what you're doing.
That's what I'm doing.
I mean,
that's literally the only reason I'm still here.
We're supposed to be at the.
Yeah, I want to go.
Look, if you're telling me to put my money down, money's hard down on UCP.
Okay,
right?
Good to know.
But I'm not calling it. I'm not calling it. But if I'm betting, it's like I'm going all in.
All right.
I didn't know you were such a rule meister.
I'm going all in on the blue.
So we have there's policies around here that we're supposed to follow.
Yes, of course.
We're
probably
not
about that.
We're trying not to be too Mickey Mouse about this stuff. So let's look at Glenmore. Still very tight. A lot of votes to come. Still leading UCP Whitney Isaac, 51.1% to 46.8%. I think we're seeing 2 things, Josh. One is the Conservative votes come home. It does seem that the so-called moderate or progressive Conservative vote has stuck with the UCP, and Smith has, the first thing she did in her leadership was bring that Wild Rose vote back in, and everybody was saying, "Oh, she's going to lose the PC vote." It does not look like she lost the PC vote. What we've seen, and you can speak to this, you were a former progressive Conservative cabinet minister, but what we have seen is the NDP brought the Alberta Party vote home. That, I think, is really the only change significantly that we've seen since the last election, that the Alberta Party has now gone the way of the Liberal Party and has been unofficially merged into the NDP.
Yeah, and at the same time, I think you're seeing, like, if you look at the PC vote that left the party, it's the Thomas Lukasik vote, right? Like it.
Yeah, it's like five guys.
Technically, it's like, they were in the PCs, but were they really committed to
that's a grass tops thing. Like some of the grass tops left.
Yeah.
You saw the same thing when the UCP was created in 2017, between 2017 and 2019. Some grass tops left, but most of the voters, even the vast majority of the activists, they stayed. It was some of the elites moved on.
Yeah.
And this is to my point that I was saying earlier, that I think that people in Alberta are voting for the NDP because they might think they are in more of that progressive side, that progressive part of the tent. The UCP is still a wide tent. But I think that a lot of people are looking to, where's my home? Because I used to be a PC, and it's Danielle Smith, and that's the Wild Rose. And I mean, there is hard and fast conflict between our parties. So that is still lingering out there.
Okay. So speaking of an interesting character, I think I'm seeing someone in our, our producer, Nico, already knew I was going to go to. I didn't even name it. We've got a gentleman from the UCP headquarters at the Big Four complex. The Big Four complex at the UCP headquarters here. I can't make out quite who it is, though, but he's got a hell of a hat.
Oh, thank you, David. It's Eric. We've talked 3 times before.
I'm sorry, we could barely make out your audio.
Same. I can hardly hear you here as well. So it's just quite loud around us here. So
Okay. I think we've got you good enough for now. I think we've got you good enough for now.
Okay.
So I think you're from the Banff Kananaskis constituency, right?
Correct.
Pardon?
Generally, though.
Federally, yes. But I think you live there provincially as well, right?
No, I didn't run there, but I do live there. So I live in Airdrie East for the provincial, and then Banff Airdrie for the federal.
Yeah, but you know the area pretty well, and right now it's surprising us. This is Tariq Engelak. Right now, this constituency is surprising a lot of us. Most of the predictions were the NDP were going to win it, but in a close toss-up. So far, though, UCP is really pulling away. Miranda Rosen, 63.4% of the vote, or 4,837, to Sarah Elmingly. I'm sure I butchered that. 34.7%. Now, I think there's still a lot of votes to come in, but really encouraging indications for the Conservatives in that riding so far. Is this surprising to you?
You know what? I would say positively surprising, Derek. I look at it and I say Miranda's worked incredibly hard. She's knocked on literally every single door in the riding. The other thing as well is the riding is roughly 50-50 split in terms of Conservative and Orange voters. You've got a town like Canmore and Banff, which are very orange. And then you've got towns like Springbank and areas around Bragg Creek that are very, very conservative. So it's really a mix. So it's really who's got out to vote. And to me, it's a get out the vote exercise. So we'll see what happens. If Canmore and Banff didn't get out to vote, Miranda's going to win this one handily.
Well, that's what it's increasingly starting to look like. And if the NDP is not getting Banff Kananaskis, their path to victory gets narrower and narrower and narrower.
That's an interesting applicant too, if that's the case, because as he was talking, I was thinking the same thing. Is that towards the end there was a lot of light shone on Miranda's campaign, and that there was the possibility that it was really neck and neck. That hopefully, in my mind, I was hoping was going to not get people to be motivated to head out to the polls, and I think that might be what we're seeing here. So
she did a lot during COVID too. Like she was in the right place at the right time. She was signing the right letters. She was speaking out at the right time.
She kind of did go to maybe not to war with the Kenney government at the Kenney side.
She was poking.
She definitely poked the bear.
Eye, yeah, and I actually do think that is beneficial to her because there was a lot going on at that time that was it wasn't just unpopular within the conservative movement. It was something that was unpopular across the board. So I do think that the efforts that she took to stick to her true values and to really be herself when she was sitting in that legislative seat really has done her a huge service. And I hope she continues to do that and continues to really just be herself as an MLA. And I think she'll be safe there for a while. She keeps doing that.
Yeah, I think you've given a great description of her, and that's not easy to do. And in particular, here's my plug for women in politics. It's difficult, and it doesn't matter. I don't think it matters, anyways, which party you're in. And so she was pretty impressive to stand up to Jason Kenney. That takes a lot of courage. He is a formidable politician.
He's very intimidating. Yeah, I've found that way.
Well, I don't think he's necessarily intimidating. I'm a Jason Kenney fan.
I try to avoid arguing with him in public settings.
Well, he would probably win, though. He's very intellectual.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've got Dr. Ted Morton standing by.
Another favorite.
Mr.
Morton.
What is this saying? I'm supporting Morton.
Yeah, well,
Morton.
He's easy to support.
Yeah.
I got lost on the highway with Dr. Morton. Yep, ask him.
I'm not sure that sounds appropriate for television.
Well, it totally is. It was Len Weber and him, and they gave each other the wrong directions. I was in the back seat just going, yeah, I'm just a candidate.
but it was a great ride. We had a great conversation.
We had great conversations, Ted.
All right. Dr. Morton, what we're seeing now, I'm not sure if you heard, but I told Josh here, if I was a betting man, I'd go all in on blue. I'm not quite ready to 100% call it yet because
so stubborn.
I'm stubborn. because there's still a lot of polls to come in on some of these key ridings, but the path to an NDP victory gets narrower and narrower and narrower. It's starting to look like the hot gates, and there's just no way for the NDP to get through them at this point. Are you seeing any path, Dr. Morton, for the NDP to make it to 44 at this point?
No, and I'm sticking with my early prediction of 50 seats that I think I made 2.5 hours ago. So I think I'm going to be pretty close to that. I was just going to add one thing, Derek, that I think if you go back through a couple hours of your coverage here tonight, I don't think the words oil and gas have even been mentioned by anybody, which is pretty crazy.
You know what? Yeah.
Pretty crazy, because this province, before oil and gas was discovered, there were less than 1 million people. It was the poorest province in Canada. And now there are 4.5 million people, and it's the richest province in Canada. And a third of the people work directly or indirectly in it. And the rest of us who don't realize that what we do depends on how active that is. And I think, Danielle, this was a key part of the success, because the NDP, Rachel Notley, belongs to a party that's holding up the Liberals and Justin and his anti-oil and anti-gas policies. And I think people know that. And that helped. And I think the good news here is there's no reason the next couple of decades can't be just as affluent, just as successful, just as much opportunity for Alberta families as the last couple, because the events of just the last 14, 15 months, the war in Europe and what China is doing in the Middle East, suddenly energy security is easily on a par, if not ahead of climate change. And people realize that, both for the cost of living and also for national security, and particularly for the Western democracies and democracies, some of the not Western democracies. So suddenly the door of opportunity is really opening again, not just for Alberta, for Canada. Canada, we're the third largest oil reserves in the world, fifth largest in natural gas. Natural gas is the transition fuel on climate change, all sorts of opportunity. I think Danielle and the UCP communicated that. If we can get Pierre next in Ottawa, it's going to be a great couple of decades for this country.
Josh.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of piggyback on that. Ted makes a great point about energy policy. Energy is the industry that powers every other industry. And we are facing a national and global not financial crisis, but an affordability crisis that is driven not just by monetary policy and fiscal policy, but in a lot of ways, energy policy. And Ted mentioned that the war in Ukraine has impacted energy prices. Well, that's the downfall of poor energy policy on the behalf of Western governments, including Canada, and probably especially Canada. Alberta has energy resources that can help alleviate some of these pricing pressures across the world. We aren't able to export it. We've got export bottlenecks caused by federal policies. And I thought that the UCP government did a really good job in really highlighting the coalition between not just Jagmeet Singh and Justin Trudeau, but also with Rachel Notley and Justin Trudeau over her term in office, where she effectively, that NDP government for 4 years under her reign was a doormat for the federal government when it comes to their climate change policies that really hindered our ability to provide reasonably priced energy products to the rest of the world and even to our own people.
So I'm going to chime in here just with a couple of ridings. Sherwood Park, it looks very likely now Jordan Walker goes down to defeat to the NDP's Kyle Kasowski. Marie Renault, expected to be reelected, but the fact that she's in the donut of Edmonton, technically it's like she's St. Albert. Yeah. She looks to be pretty securely reelected. But it looks like the only two so-called donut seats around Edmonton, the only two that the NDP are winning is one that they already held, St. Albert, and they're picking up just one, Sherwood Park, and they're not getting Strathcona Sherwood Park. There's no donut for the NDP. No donut, no path.
Yeah.
So you ready
no donut, no path. Are you guys ready for it?
Are we ready?
Are you ready?
Are we ready?
Are you guys ready for it?
Okay.
Are we allowed?
Drum roll. Geez, I wish we had the audio ready for a drum roll. I'm calling it. Western Standard is going to project a UCP majority government tonight.
Oh, I mean, I'm supposed to be nonpartisan.
Nonpartisan. Yeah.
But I am. You guys are just guests. You guys can
Oh,
do
yeah.
whatever you want. You guys,
I'm trying to play.
you guys do whatever you want.
Is there like graphics going on right now? Or
There are.
sitting here?
There are. You know, like we're serious. We got serious graphics here.
Yeah. All right. We got a UCP majority
Now-
projection. Are we the first to make the projection?
Maybe. Gotta be close. Gotta be close. But there's obviously the caveat. This could shrink to if all these polls coming in, a lot of the flips go the wrong way. It could be a tiny majority. Doesn't look like it will be, but it could be a tiny majority still. It's hard to say.
Are there like mail-in ballot drop-offs happening in the middle of the night?
Don't start.
Don't.
Sorry.
The conspiracy theory started
Do not
here, right here.
start.
You can
We have
mark
more
it down.
things to deal with
Everybody. That
after
was a
this.
joke. Don't. There. I don't think there are. I don't know. Are there? No, I'm just kidding.
I'm just asking questions. Just
Yeah,
asking questions. But yeah, I think this is looking like there's just no path.
So you're joining us now in the confidence.
No, I've had the confidence for a while, but we just have to be damn sure. It's different when you're putting your name out there. I watch it now. Now that I've done it, it's jinxed.
Yeah,
I think
You better not have. You better not have. But I don't think you have.
Pressured him on the air.
Right?
Okay. Well, we're going to go to an update from Dave in the newsroom, and we're going to be bringing in some new panelists. Thank you for
All
joining
right.
us for now,
Thank
guys.
you.
We're going to go to Dave Naylor in the newsroom now. Dave, we've called it for the UCP, but what have you got for us?
Going live. Derek, yeah, we have called it for the UCP, and we've now just passed the 1 million ballot to be cast mark. We're closing in. We're going to call it 70% of all the polling stations have counted in now. We've got 52 to 35 for the UCP, and it seems to be settling into a 52.6 versus a 43.7 percentage of vote. Just a quick run through. Calgary Buffalo has gone to Joe Ceci again. Calgary Acadia still too close to call. It's getting late. The UCP is trailing the NDP by 150 or so there. Calgary Cross looks like it's gone to the UCP. Calgary Edgemont still very close. The UCP up by exactly 400. I like it when they make the counting easy for me, Derek. UCP up by 400 in that riding. Calgary Elbow looks like it will go NDP. Calgary Fish Creek solidly UCP. Calgary Glenmore, the UCP pulling ahead there by about 470 votes. Calgary Northeast, the NDP looks to be have a victory there. Calgary Pagan is the UCP victory. They're leading by more than 2,500 votes there. Calgary Varsity looks to be going NDP. Calgary West, don't know what they're doing out there on the West, but they've only filed one poll in, so we don't really know what's going on up there.
That's kind of an anticlimactic one. Doesn't matter. They don't even have to send any ballots in.
All right. So, and as mentioned, Marin in Banff Kananaskis, she's increased her lead to 2,800, Derek. So that's
That's amazing.
That's nuts.
Nobody saw that coming.
There's got to be some missing polls from, like, I don't know, that bagel shop in Canmore that charges like $30 for a bagel. The polling place in there has not reported.
I was told that it was going to be close. Everyone said it was going to be close.
I still think it's going to be.
You do?
I still think at this point.
But you're still calling it for the UCP.
Well, overall.
Yeah.
But I'm saying Miranda Rosen and Banff Kananaskis, I think at the end of the day is going to be significantly closer than we're looking right now.
Right.
But I mean,
you're not picking up 2,800 votes.
Not likely, Dave. No.
Lethbridge East is only one poll still, Dave?
No,
Lethbridge East only the one poll, and that's just the advanced poll there. Lethbridge West looks solidly NDP.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for joining us, Dave. Okay,
Yep,
guys.
now Got to get writing.
Very good. All right, Nico, let's pull up the path to 44, the road to 44 graphic. This will explain why we've been able to call it, even though there's so many seats that could still flip one way or another. There's a lot that could still flip, but we're going to talk about the path to 44. So what you see up here, the dark blue. Every one of the dark blue you've seen is still dark blue. They're solidly in. Those dark orange, they're dark orange. They're NDP. For the NDP to win, they had to win 1, 2. So when you see the medium orange and the light orange, they had to win all of the medium orange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right now, in fact, they're leading in all of those except for one. So one of their pretty strong ones, Calgary Klein.
Yeah,
is
Jeremy Nixon. Like, let's give it to him.
Oh,
He's a hard campaigner.
Like that one.
He's been door knocking for 4 years.
Actually, sorry to bust your bubble. The NDP have taken a minute lead there right now. 4,348 votes to 4,321. So 48.9 to 48.36. Insanely too close to call, but we got to put that in the NDP ever so slightly leaning column right now. So that's a question mark. There's a question mark. They might get Klein, they might not. But then in the toss-up column, they have to win Calgary Northeast. They at present are
pretty solidly in the lead.
See where they're at there. No, that's let's see, Calgary Northeast. Calgary Northeast. Let's see. Yeah, they'll probably take it. Not by a lot, but they'll probably take it. So Calgary Northeast. Calgary Elbow. I think they're going to take it. I've called them taking it.
The Alberta Party, it's a weird riding. It's got a weird
history
going on.
There, UCP's got an outside chance of taking Elbow still. Probably not. So let's give them Elbow. So we're going to give them Klein for the sake of argument.
Okay.
Klein. We're going to give them Northeast. We're going to give them Elbow. Calgary East. They must win Calgary East. How's Calgary East doing right now? Well, I think they're in the lead. See? Calgary East. No, they are not. Right now, now there's still a lot of votes to come in. This one could flip. But right now, Calgary East is got 52.7% UCP, Peter Singh, 42.5% NDP, Rosman Valencia.
Also remember, very low voter turnout generally in that riding, and one of the smallest number of electors in that riding.
Yeah. So Calgary East,
we don't know. Yeah.
Question mark. Must wins. Banff Kananaskis.
We don't know what's going on there. It's weird.
I could be wrong. Maybe I'll have egg in my face. But I'm putting an X on that. They're not getting it.
I don't
They're
think
not
so.
getting it. Now, Calgary Edgemont is another must win. Right now, Calgary Edgemont, very close. The NDP could win it, maybe, but the UCP are winning it, 49.6 to 47.7. Okay, for the sake of argument, let's give them Edgemont.
Yeah, we just give it to them.
Calgary Northwest, they must win Calgary Northwest. They got a shot, but probably not. Rajan Sani, she has
leading
ejected seats from Northeast. She's now in the Northwest. In that seat, she's leading 10,148 votes to 9,643.
There's not going to be many more votes there because that's pretty close.
That's pretty topped out.
Yeah.
So Calgary Northwest, no, I don't think they're doing it. Calgary Cross, absolute must win for the NDP. Right now, the UCP, narrow lead, but not a ton more coming in. Mick Amory leading there, 50% to 46.3.
And he is a great campaigner. I'll say Mickey may be one of the greatest campaigners the UCP has. He's just on, like, his team was amazing.
Not going to happen? Well, let's give it to them for the sake of the math. Calgary Beddington must win. Don't win Beddington, you can't win. Calgary Beddington right now. See, I'm just doing my best impression of Wolf Blitzer. I always wanted to do this.
Going through every single riding.
Calgary Beddington. Okay, so Beddington, they've got a small lead. Josephine Pond going down to Amanda Chapman, likely. Let's give them Bennington. Maybe they get Bennington. Okay. Glenmore, one of the bellwethers everyone looked at. Right now, it's not happening. Could still turn 51.5% to 46.5%. UCP leading. More than 10,000 votes in. Probably not. I'm not giving them Glenmore.
No.
No.
And you know, Whitney
no Glenmore
is a good campaigner as well.
Yeah. So I don't think so. Calgary North must win. They could. That one is razor thin. A lot of votes to come in still. But the UCP's Mohammed Yassin, 3,571 votes, 3,335. Okay. For the sake of the argument,
give them that one.
Give them that one. Lethbridge East.
We don't know.
Way too early.
Yeah.
Well, let's give it to them.
Okay.
Let's give it to them. Calgary Bow.
This is a good question.
I don't think Calgary Bow.
I don't either.
No, I don't think they're going to take it. Now, Calgary Bow's tight. It's a bellwether. The NDP could, but probably not.
I don't think they're winning this one.
How many votes is it at right now?
It's tight, 5,225 to 5,043.
Yeah,
so it's close.
It's close.
That's close, and not a ton more to come in. That one was expected to be one of the closest.
Yeah.
So, for the sake of argument, let's give it to them.
We're giving them all the close ones.
No kidding. Just
Acadia, another one of those bellwethers we've been talking about all night long. Deanna Batten currently leading over Tyler Shandro, but a lot more votes to come in. It's hard to tell. She's winning with 3,910 votes to his 3,747. There's a lot more votes to come in there.
Yeah.
Well, let's give them Acadia. But they also needed to win Morinville St. Albert. Not happening.
No.
Not happening.
Well, yeah. What's Morinville at now?
Morinville St. Albert. Let's take a look up there. But I think that one's totally out of play now. Well, actually, no, it's closer, but I think Dale Nally's got it. 12,102 votes to 11,054. Big turnout there.
Yeah.
Big turnout.
I'm impressed.
Can't be a lot more votes to come in there. You know, he's probably got it. Probably.
Well, how many polls left to report?
It's not saying here. And then let's go down to Calgary Foothills. It's Calgary Foothills here. Okay, this is another must win. Very close, but Jason Lewan still in the lead. 5,699 to 5,604. So could
Right.
totally flip. So we'll put that in their camp here. Well, let's see. The UCP need to just win 2 toss-ups. I've got 1, 2, 3 that are just impossible for
They're not going to win.
So the UCP need 2 toss-ups, and we've got 3 toss-ups that
They're leading in almost all of those.
Yeah, and the UCP is leading in most, but not all the toss-ups, and 3 of them are off the table, which means just at a minimum, UCP's got 45.
Yeah.
At a minimum. So that's
minus Lacombe Panoka.
Yeah. Well, Jennifer Johnson for speaker.
Yeah.
You heard it here first. Yeah. Okay. I've talked for a long time, but I had to run through the math there. I needed a lot of time. So I'll put it to you, James. And for those of you who don't know, James was our operations vice president of operations here at the Western Standard. Did a great job for us. Used to run cameras when we were a little mom and pop shop. If we could even call those cameras.
The very first election that we did, I was producing it, running the cameras, making sure the lights were on, and trying to make sure that we did not all overheat, die.
It's getting pretty hot in here.
Yeah. It's still not as hot as that one room with a cell phone camera and a laptop trying to produce a 4-hour long live stream. Plus,
No, that was 11 hours.
Was that was the first one?
8 hours?
That was the CPC leadership,
Yeah,
and I hadn't started for that one yet.
You were?
No, I was there for.
Oh, it
the
was even
next
before
one.
you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you haven't even seen the worst of it. You were in pretty early, but you didn't see the absolute worst.
I missed the absolute worst one, but I've been here
But you've
for
seen
every
bad.
single one afterwards.
You've seen bad.
Yeah.
Okay. So back to you now. So even with this very generous calculation here, unless I'm wrong, it just does not look like there's no path, no way forward.
No, I don't think so. Even with the really, really tight ones, I think that there's still enough polls that still need to come in some of these constituencies that I think we're actually going to see the UCP's number push a little bit higher than what it's at right now. I think right now the official number is somewhere around 52. I think we're going to see it finish around 54, 55. I think every single one of these needs to flip. I mean, the absolute max the UCP can pull out right now is 56, which is upsetting because that was my prediction, and it looks like I'm not winning the office.
Well, actually, let's go through the maximum.
Okay.
So, Foothills, Mortonville, St. Albert. Okay, that gets you to, that's your 44. Acadia, Bow, Lethbridge East. Actually, so if they win these toss-ups that they got chances in, I'm not going to give them elbow. I just don't see them getting elbow. But
what Klein? That's a surprise, eh?
Klein was supposed to be out of play.
Yeah,
Klein's
people
supposed to
said
be
it
out
was
of play.
not going to happen.
Win, lose, or draw. I mean, Jeremy Nixon, you got to take some hats off. That guy
Oh, I mean,
campaigned like a honey badger.
and has been for 4 years.
Yeah, well, he always knew he was going to have to fight like hell there
to keep it. Exactly.
Yeah. But let's look at what would the maximum UCP. So they take Foothills, St. Albert, 44. Take it all the way up. They take Northwest, 52. It looks 3, 4, 5, 6. I'd say the UCP ceiling is 56.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah. It would be a really, really good 50. I've been saying for a long time it was going to be between 48 and 52, and it looks like we're going to be right.
We're at 52 right now.
52 right now.
Yeah.
So I think this is a great night for the UCP.
Mm-hmm.
I think anyone who says otherwise is not paying attention to the fact that the Alberta Party has collapsed, consolidated behind the NDP, and yet we're still seeing a massive majority, potentially a 17-seat majority.
Well, I wouldn't call this a massive majority, but
17 seats.
Well, at most, at like really most.
No, 17 is 52.
Okay, yeah, that's comfortable.
Yeah,
that's a very comfortable majority. Yeah. So I think it's important, that this starts to go into context now. We all expected the UCP to lose seats here, and there's been a lot of guff directed at Smith. But I guess you have to put your victory in context, and there's contextual defeats as well. I remember 2015, Wild Rose was supposed to be dead, and we came out and we won 21 seats, and then 22 when we saw Panda in a by-election. We won 21 seats, formed official opposition, came back from the dead, 5 seats to 21. We didn't technically win the election, but we felt like we did. Well, it was a contextual victory. It felt awesome.
Yeah.
So both the NDP and the Wild Rose kind of both felt like they won the election. It was only the PCs who didn't that night.
Turned out that, though, with the NDP winning, it felt pretty horrible over those 4 years.
Oh, yeah. I did not predict how that went. But even though it was a technical defeat, it felt like a victory. I think a lot of Conservatives are kind of coming in tonight taking a technical victory and feeling like a defeat. And I think that might be a mistake, because you look at 1993, Ralph Klein takes over from Don Getty, and they lost 8 seats in a smaller legislature. So a comparable number of losses from 1993. But it was called the Miracle on the Prairies, because they were supposed to lose, and they didn't. They lost seats, but they were supposed to lose the government. A year ago, the UCP was headed for certain defeat.
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll start with James.
Well, I mean, first we have to look back to what was happening with the NDP's accidental government and how much momentum they had going into that, right? And then when we had Jason Kenney going in, he had just united the parties, and he had been campaigning for 2 years at that point.
Yeah.
So he had a ton of momentum going in.
4,000 volunteers.
Yeah, he had a crazy amount of momentum going into that election. Danielle Smith essentially came into a party that was ripping itself apart. If that same sheet, if that same path to victory was there with Jason Kenney's name on top as the leader of the party, we would be looking at significant losses. Not only would we have lost the government and all of the seats that came with it, if he was still there, and even if we were able to sneak out 44, it would barely be 44. Danielle Smith has been able to take a party that was tearing itself apart months ago, put it back together, hold it together, and get some of her policy positions that she ran on for that leadership done. ER response times are down. Healthcare is seeing the most drastic changes we've ever seen happening to it. Things are changing. She's getting stuff done. And now on top of it, we lost a few seats tonight. I think it's 11. I think it's with this math right now.
Yeah, 11.
It's going to be 11 down, 11 gain for the NDP. But, you know,
there's still a lot of room for that to move around.
yeah, and I still think it's going to. I still think it's going to be 54, 55. I think this number is going to move up when the final votes come in. And I think that's going to be a credit to the UCP's campaign manager, Mr. Outhouse, and his plans for get out the vote. And it's going to be the individual candidates and the campaign managers and their volunteers who have been out there every single day, door knocking, doing the voter ID, getting the people out to vote, begging the people. And I know you've had 9,000 text messages. I know you've had 10,000 phone calls. Your email, you've shut it off 2 weeks ago. And you've had probably 3 knocks at your door. And that is because I know that right from the top down from this campaign that the UCP intended to earn every single vote. And I think we're seeing that. And I think we're seeing that in some of these constituencies tonight, that these UCP candidates really, really worked to pull this off.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing it, especially, I think, honestly, Jeremy Nixon is a great example, right?
Yeah.
Like, that is someone who's never supposed to win. That just shows you how great a good ground game can do.
Yeah.
I think we're seeing it with Acadia. It's super close. Everyone was saying that it was probably going to go the other way. We're seeing it go this way. That's a testament to Tyler Shandro. And both of these people are people I don't necessarily get along with, but I think I can, credit them with the skill that they have and say that they've done a great job. But honestly, this all comes down to Danielle Smith. It all comes down to the fact that there was a dying party and someone came and they said they were going to try to save it. I think if anyone else in that leadership race had won, I think we'd be doing worse, because I think she spoke to the people who needed to hear, right? The people that needed to be brought back into the fold. The party has been reunited. Of course, there's going to be people who are unhappy with things that have happened during this campaign. That's normal. But I think if you look at this result, she's probably going to get over 50% of the popular vote. Yeah. That is incredible.
It is looking like that.
That is incredible.
It does look a lot like the UCP vote just stayed, and the NDP vote took itself and added a large chunk of the Alberta Party vote on top of that. And that's it. Like, the UCP vote just didn't go anywhere. We were talking with Christine Cusinelli earlier about this. Smith brought the Wild Rose vote back in after it was very quickly moving out the door under Kenny.
22%, remember?
Yeah. That
exactly.
horse was halfway out the barn with Kenny. But everyone was saying, with the progressive conservative vote, it's leaving because Danielle's crazy. Didn't seem to have really gone anywhere. It's just the Alberta Party vote kind of moved around. That's it. And now we have finally consolidated into an ultimate 2-party system. Now, this being Alberta, I expect us to have 20 parties next time, because this wouldn't be Alberta if nothing ever made sense more than 6 months, right?
Yep.
In 6 months, none of your assumptions are going to make sense anymore. But for now, we have the most 2-party system of anywhere in Canada.
Yeah.
This is comparable to like an American state election at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Manitoba would be the only comparable, I guess, with their NDP, PC going back and forth. But yeah,
we're gonna go to Dave Naylor now in the newsroom. I know some of the campaigns have got people up on the stage speaking. None of the leaders speaking yet, but and I'm not sure if anyone's ready to tut their victory or concede defeat. But Dave, do you know yet? Is anyone prepared to concede defeat yet?
Well, not that I've heard, Derek. I just got off the phone with Jonathan Bradley from the UCP headquarters in the Big 4 building. He says that Danielle Smith's expected to take the stage any minute, which kind of surprises me. I thought she might wait and let Miss Notley go first with a concession speech. But, I haven't heard from Arthur. He just texted me now, says they're just waiting for Notley any moment. So I expect we'll be getting some leaders very quickly, Derek.
So so you're saying that the Smith UCP campaign is waiting on Notley to give a concession first?
That would be my guess. That's usually the normal protocol.
Oh, your sound is very sketchy, Dave. Are we hearing anything from Dave? Okay. I guess we've lost Dave for now. Have we got Arthur standing by? I'm not sure. I can't see his video, but waiting for Arthur here. I gotta go. Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna Dave. Can you give us a bit of a riding by riding breakdown for now? Just kind of run us through some of the key races.
Yeah, Derek Notley's taking the stage.
Okay, we're gonna go to Rachel Notley right now.
If your map is torn and frayed, don't stand alone, don't stand alone. Your compass spins you astray, don't stand alone, don't stand alone. You're feeling cold and blue, don't stand alone, don't stand alone. You've outgrown those tattered shoes, don't stand alone, don't stand alone. Find that blood flow, find that heat, don't stand alone, don't stand alone. Find that footing for your feet, don't stand alone, don't stand alone. There's a sea change coming with that orange dawn. And color's so much brighter when it shines on everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jody, for that wonderful, wonderful introduction. And by the way, congratulations, Jody. Friends, obviously tonight I come before you with mixed emotions. On one hand, I feel tremendous gratitude and pride in the people of Alberta and those who stood up and put their support behind building a better future. As a movement, we have grown our support in every corner of this province. I'm very pleased that we will be welcoming at least 10 more MLAs to our caucus. Who will form part of the largest official opposition this province has ever seen in its history. And that as a party, we earned the largest percentage of the popular vote in our party's history. So we have achieved tremendous growth and opportunity for our future and for the values that we all share. However, tonight, I also know that we are all very deeply disappointed in the overall result. We had all hoped for a different one. Moments ago, I called Premier Danielle Smith to concede the race, and I congratulated her party on their victory. To all those of you, to those who offered their unwavering support, their dedication, and their belief in our vision for Alberta in this election, you are the reason that we fight for what we believe in. And to our candidates all across this province, congratulations on your campaigns, successful or not. You have all demonstrated tremendous leadership. I have spent the last few months being so inspired by your dedication, by your heartfelt commitment to standing up for Albertans without a voice, for your honest belief that we can and will come together to be better. I commend your integrity and your perseverance and your unparalleled work ethic. And I will never, ever, ever stop being deeply grateful for your decision to join our team. So thank you to all of you. And to those new MLAs, I say to you, welcome, congratulations. Get some rest tonight and then get ready to get right back down to work. To my amazing, amazing campaign team, I can't say enough. They are unparalleled in the work and the achievement that they have and that they have done, across the country. They are just unparalleled in their skill. I cannot thank that team enough, and I cannot thank as well our incredible volunteers enough. Your commitment, your hard work, your countless hours of effort have been the absolute backbone of our campaign. You've all shown incredible dedication and passion, and I am forever grateful for your support. And I need to say this as well, where we fell short, the responsibility rests entirely with me. That's fine. That's the joys of being the leader. It's fine. It's a thing. It's part of responsibility and accountability. Those are things we care about here. But I do know that at the same time, we ran a strong, principled campaign, and it was based on our beliefs. And it was based on our desire to create a better future for all Albertans. And to my family, these guys, thank you to the four of you for standing by me in this often very crazy journey. Thank you to Ethan and to Sophie for accepting the difference that it has been meaning in their lives for all this time and ultimately turning it into their own pride and their own set of beautiful values that make me very proud. And thank you again. Seem like I'm doing this every 4 years. Thank you again to Lou, my lifelong sounding board. Oh, for heaven's sakes, give it a rest. Anywho, lifelong sounding board, sparring partner, and apparently personal cheerleader, but also
all right. All right. Well, we just heard there from NDP leader and official opposition leader Rachel Notley, who has conceded that she is still the official opposition leader and will not win. Big gains for the NDP tonight. Estimates are around 10 pickups. It's the biggest official opposition in Alberta's history. It's definitely the high water mark in, I think, even in popular vote. I think they may have exceeded the popular vote when they won in 2015. I think they exceeded even when they lost last time.
Bigger population, too.
Bigger population, but it was a good night for the NDP, but not good enough. We're going to kind of cut her off here, but I don't know. Perhaps we'll get ahead of ourselves, but okay, we'll get into potential resignation in a bit. Keep that on ice for now. But Nigel, your thoughts on Notley's concession speech?
Well, I thought it was very interesting that she actually congratulated the UCP, the party. She didn't congratulate Danielle Smith.
She said she called Danielle Smith to congratulate her on her party's win.
Well, that to me said it was less than warm. And well, it might have been. It has not been. She is, I mean, to give Rachel Notley the most grace that one can, when you are in opposition, your job is to attack. And she did. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately for her, blue suit or not, it didn't come
I think
off
she's still
well.
wearing a blue suit right now.
Yeah. It's the unwilling ghost of Peter Lougheed, I guess. She's trying to invoke their, that mantle of small c progressive conservatism. That anyway, whatever it is that she's trying to message, if she's trying to message anything, of course she feels upset. She had a tough job to do, and unfortunately for her, she had somebody in Danielle Smith who could take that kind of persiflage and just smile and carry on and say what she was going to say. We saw it in the debate.
So I'm actually just getting word now from the newsroom, not confirmed, but we believe she's actually just said she's going to stay on as opposition leader. Now, being, conservatives or leaders are not allowed to lose in Alberta. There's if Danielle Smith had lost tonight, there's a 100% chance she resigns because she's gone. Like, there's no way to stay on. But I mean, the expectations for the NDP in Alberta are very different. And I think the NDP's culture in general, nationally, generally has longer term leaders who are allowed to lose elections and come on. They're not, NDP have less of an expectation of winning, particularly in Alberta.
This is different, though. This isn't somebody who was constantly ascendant and trying to get there. She's been there now. And then this is the second kick at the cat since. So, I mean, that sets the bar at a bit of a different level. It's not somebody who's expected to continue to keep winning opposition level wins. I mean, I got a feeling she say what she may right now. I suspect in the next general election, we're going to see a different face in the front of the NDP.
Well, that's a good question. I know a lot of people think that the NDP will get rid of her. I think she's got a lock on the NDP because she polls so much higher than the NDP does. If Richard Notley wants to stay and fight what would this be, a third or fourth election? See, 2015, 19, 23, a fourth election. If she would want to fight a fourth election as NDP leader, my gut tells me she'd probably have the backing of the party to do it.
I think you're right. But will she actually want to do it all again?
Yeah. Now, she might be saying for now, okay, I'll stay on as opposition leader, kind of doing the opposite of a Jim Prentice, which is, if I can't be premier, I don't even want to be an MLA. Yeah. I'm out of here. I mean, like, everyone remembers how petulant and terribly that went over. She's very aware of how that kind of thing goes. So it's fine to say, I'll stay as opposition leader. Now, does that translate? Does she want to put in another 4 grueling years to maybe do it again?
It's no fun in opposition.
I had fun in opposition.
Yes, but
I never got to be
I
in
don't think
government.
she will have fun in opposition.
Yeah, well, once you've tasted government, I guess it's a bit different. But do you think so she says she's going to stay as opposition leader, but do you think she'll actually stay the full 4 years and fight another general election?
No, I'm with Corey on this. What I think she's doing is that she is going to see that the transition happens in an orderly way, that she doesn't become the story tonight at her resignation. So yeah, she'll do things decently and go and have a taste this thing called retirement. She's 59 now. She's probably looking forward to it.
Yeah, and she's been in MLA since I think 2008 or something crazy.
She's been there a while.
She's been there a long time, and she's been with the NDP since it was a caucus of 2. Her and Brian Mason, 2. She was there from 2 in 2008 to 4 in 2012 to I don't know, 50 odd something in 2015 when she was premier, and then now through. I mean, she is without a doubt, indisputably, known even in her universe, the most successful NDP leader in the history of Alberta, which arguably might make you the most successful NDP leader anywhere in Canada because she's made the NDP a competitive force here. I guess the worry for the NDP might be now, can they survive without her? I mean, I don't think any party's too wrapped up in their leader, but she is so much more popular than
the party itself.
And they could go one of 2 ways, and I want to get your sense. This is maybe way too far, but I think the NDP post-Notley, assuming, who knows, maybe she goes for a 4th kick at the can, but if she doesn't, it's going to go one of 2 ways. It's going to bring in a Calgary, someone from Calgary who has the appearance of a moderate progressive conservative. They'll get a Nenshi, or they'll get a Todd Hirsch, or they're going to go to a Sarah Hoffman or a Shannon Phillips, kind of go to their more hard left base. We'll start with you, Nigel. Which way do you think the NDP actually goes?
Depends who makes the decision. But if it's up to the membership, I would vote for the hard left. I am not a Notley fan, obviously, but I at the same time would say that she is a steadying influence on some of the crazier people within the party.
Mm-hmm.
Things would be more extreme without her, given some of the players there. So without a strong, sensible person to keep a lid on things, I think the party could go off and become a sort of a left-wing version of a small right-wing Alberta party.
We'll go back to what the NDP used to be.
It used to be, yeah.
It's been for almost its entire history.
They have a beautiful conscience, but they never form power.
Mm-hmm. Corey, I know we're going to be bringing Rachel Notley in soon. Actually, if Arthur Green is able to sit still for a few minutes, we want to bring him in from the Alberta NDP headquarters. Arthur, if you can just sit. Yeah, we're going to get him in. We're going to bring Arthur in from the NDP headquarters soon. And soon we're going to be going to the UCP headquarters at the Big Four in Calgary for the victory speech of Danielle Smith. But Corey, maybe your thoughts. If Notley, let's say she does a year, I would expect maybe in a few months she announces, I'm going to retire as leader. They have an orderly transition. Are they going for, you were right about Nenshi kind of auditioning for NDP leader. But where do you think that party goes? Is it going to get like a kind of a Calgary so-called moderate liberal like Nenshi Todd Hirsch? Or are they going to go for like a Shannon Phillips or Sarah Hoffman, that kind of thing?
Well, I think a race would really determine that. If they had a race against a more pragmatic sort of, progressive sort like Nenshi, as you said, versus Hoffman or even Shannon Phillips, the members will make that choice. And that choice will be between, are we actually going to try and win government again? Or are we going to take up our traditional role of being the voice of left-wing conscience in the legislature and accept that we won't win again? So that'll really, I think that'll be quite a moment for the members to try and determine which they want. Because I think a lot of the idealists in there don't like the moderation and the pragmatism, and they want to, unlike the conservative end of things, they didn't spawn a bunch of break-off parties when the ideologues get frustrated, but all the same, I'm sure there's a lot of members who would rather they kind of pulled back to their traditional left spot. So assuming Premier Notley does, pull the pin and bring about a race, it's going to be quite a decision for that party to make.
About 25 years ago, the NDP in Saskatchewan were the kind of moderate party that Derek is talking about.
Yeah, Romano. And,
those guys. And, they did a good job, actually. Everybody thought, the NDP. No, they were kind of more like a social credit government, to be honest with you. So, but I don't think that's I don't get the sense that that's going to appeal to people like Notley and the rest of them.
Well, I want to bring in Arthur Green from Edmonton. He is sort of at the NDP's headquarters in Edmonton. I know they've put him in a dark closet somewhere. There was some joking around here that Arthur is in the closet or something like that. Arthur, you were in the room as Rachel Notley gave her concession speech. I think a brave face. I mean, it's tough to lose an election. It's not very nice, but definitely some bright spots for the NDP there. But what beneath the brave face, what was the genuine sentiment in the room?
The genuine sentiment in the room seemed to be sorrow, Derek. I mean, they were happy that they are forming the largest opposition that they've ever formed in Alberta history. But I think there was quite the sense of disappointment that they didn't form the government here in Alberta. Like you said, I was in the back of the room. I'm just outside here now as people are exiting NDP headquarters here in Edmonton. A lot of somber faces. They really thought that Rachel was going to be elected as Premier of Alberta. Of course, we all saw that's not the case. Rachel did say that she did call Danielle Smith, UCP leader Danielle Smith, on the phone to congratulate her. She was pretty humble in giving her speech. She didn't mention if she's going to step down as the opposition leader, but of course the future will tell, Derek, if that happens or not.
Well, she did say she would continue as opposition leader. but I guess did not give a more definitive answer than that. I think that it kind of leaves the door open for her to give some time. And I mean, it's not, as we were saying, conservative leaders are you win or you die. In fact, even if you win, you might still die. This is Alberta.
I think that Danielle's over the line. Since our conversation earlier, you asked me how many. I said 50. You got 52.
Likely, yeah. Right in that area. Okay, well, Arthur, stay safe.
Yeah, I'm going to try to run to my car as quickly as possible. Get out of here.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some folks probably not too thrilled around, but thank you for your work tonight. Excellent reporting, and we look forward to your stories being filed.
The real work begins now, Derek.
All right, thank you. All right, let's check in with Dave Naylor in the newsroom. Dave, you've been watching this. Did we miss anything on Notley? She got into thanking everyone and her dog at some point, which is important, but not terribly exciting for our viewers. Was there anything we missed?
Well, you're missing Smith on stage right now.
Oh, well, let's go to her immediately. What are we doing? What are we doing? Let's get her up right now.
Sean, you on it?
Oh boy. Thank you. Oh, thank you, my dear friends. Thank you so much. Well, to paraphrase our dear friend Ralph Klein, welcome to another miracle on the prairies. My friends, this was the very definition of a hard-fought election. We faced the most expensive, fierce, and coordinated opposition in third-party political campaigns in provincial history. join me in genuinely thanking her for her public service. And just as I would like to thank the hundreds of thousands of Albertans who voted for the UCP today, I want to speak for a moment to every Albertan who did not. I want you to know that my oath is to serve all Albertans, no matter how you voted. And though I didn't do enough in your judgment to win your support in this election, I will work every day to listen, to improve, and to demonstrate to you that I can be trusted to improve on the issues that you care so deeply about. Now, I won't be perfect, of course. We all know that. But when I make a mistake, I will listen, correct course, and learn from it so that I can improve and become a better leader. And so I invite all Albertans, regardless of who you supported in this election, to reach out to me with your ideas and your concerns and your questions. That feedback that you give me, positive and negative, helps make our UCP caucus and I to make better decisions. And that is what a healthy democracy is all about. Now, before I go further, I think it's important tonight to recognize the courageous sacrifice and efforts of our firefighters and other first responders who are fighting and winning the battle against forest fires across our province. I'd ask all of us to stand here and applaud our heroes of Alberta. That is what Alberta is all about. We look after each other, we take care of each other, and we must remember that there is much more that unites us than divides us. And we will need to be unified in the days and years ahead because there's so much work to do together. For example, we need to make sure that you and your family keep more of your money for the things that you need, especially during this time of high inflation. We have to make sure that our communities and streets are safe again for our families and our businesses. And we have to keep powering and diversifying our amazing economy. And I want to tell every business owner and investor listening tonight, whether doing business inside or outside of Alberta, we are throwing our doors wide open for businesses, large and small. To make this province a home for your business and its employees. Enjoy the benefits of the Alberta tax advantage and bring your jobs and investments here because you are both welcomed and valued. And to demonstrate that, the first bill of our government in the legislative session in the fall will be to guarantee that unless Albertans say otherwise by referendum, the only direction business and personal taxes are headed in this province is down. Because we know that when businesses thrive, people thrive. And when we grow our economy, we attract the best and brightest from all over the world, and we want that. We have built the most powerful economy and diverse population in the country on the principles of free enterprise, entrepreneurship, and economic growth. Let's not ever forget that, and let's not ever change that. We also need to ensure that our healthcare and education systems are the best in the world, not simply adequate, not middle of the pack, the very best in the world. And that means we need to study the best systems and practices around the world and improve upon the strong foundation that we've built here. But it also means empowering our doctors and nurses, teachers, and other frontline professionals, along with feedback from patients and parents, to innovate and improve in these areas every single day. So I'm asking healthcare and education professionals tonight. I'm also asking parents and patients to work with me and the UCP caucus to build a healthcare system and an education system that are models for the entire world. I know we can do this together, and I am here to listen and to work alongside of you. And finally, my fellow Albertans, we need to come together no matter how we have voted to stand shoulder to shoulder against soon-to-be announced Ottawa policies that would significantly harm our provincial economy. Now, we have been made aware that in the coming weeks, Justin Trudeau is planning on bringing forward new restrictions on electricity generation from natural gas that will not only massively increase your power bills, but will also endanger the integrity and reliability of our entire power grid, which we rely on during our cold and dark Alberta winters. In addition, the Prime Minister is already ready to introduce a de facto production cap on our oil and gas sector that, if implemented, will result in tens of thousands of jobs lost, tens of billions in lost investment, damage our province's fiscal position, and bring economic hardship to Albertans. Now, I've made myself clear on this matter to the Prime Minister in person and in public, but I feel we need to do it again. Well, hopefully the Prime Minister and his caucus are watching tonight. But let me be clear, this is not a road we can afford to go down. If he persists, he will be hurting Canadians from coast to coast, and he will strain the patience and goodwill of Albertans in an unprecedented fashion. And as Premier, I cannot, under any circumstances, allow these contemplated federal policies to be inflicted upon Albertans. I simply can't, and I won't. And so I invite the Prime Minister to instead halt the introduction of these harmful policies and come to the table in good faith to work collaboratively with Alberta on an energy and emissions strategy that will both grow the Alberta and Canadian economies while using the export of Alberta LNG and emerging technologies to achieve meaningful reductions in emissions. Because when Canadians work together, there is no challenge that we can't overcome. I believe that, but it takes two parties acting in good faith to build that meaningful partnership. Now, Alberta is willing to be that partner, and we need our federal government to show it is willing to partner in good faith as well. And now is the time to do so. We are waiting. So in closing, my friends, tonight is a time for celebration. We celebrate, We celebrate the candidates that won their election races and the efforts of those who did not. We celebrate the commitment to democracy of all volunteers and supporters, regardless of party affiliation. And we celebrate those who have sacrificed to secure and protect our right to vote and be a free and prosperous people. And we celebrate this beautiful province and all who live here. This uniquely special place where the best and brightest come from every corner of the world to join us in building one of the greatest places on earth to live and work and raise our families, and where the only ththings that are larger than our mountains is the compassion and irrepressible spirit of our people. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, Alberta, and may our province remain forever strong and free.
Big smiles from Premier Danielle Smith as her party will return.
Oh. All right. Well, we were just finished watching re-elected Alberta Premier Danielle Smith give her victory speech. Short, actually significantly shorter than Notley's concession speech, but I think pretty boisterous. Relatively humble, though, for someone who just won. But she used the term that I'm actually kind of angry because people didn't think I plagiarized my column on this, but I wrote it before she spoke. It was the miracle on the prairies, kind of mirroring what happened with Ralph Klein, 1993, took over from Don Getty, lost a comparable number of seats, but everyone expected them to lose government. Instead, they just lost seats, but held on to government. The miracle on the prairies.
Well, she's a big Ralph Klein fan, so that would have been a very natural thing for her. She would have even had to think of that. Yeah, it was a nice speech. It hit exactly the right note. It's something. This is now her premiership. I mean, some people say, well, if you kind of become premier by becoming leader of the party between elections. Okay. She campaigned for this. She's got it. It's what, 52, 35, 51, 36. We're not quite sure at the moment, but this is her victory. And she can celebrate tonight. So can her husband, Dave.
Corey, I mean, it's a loss of seats, but a year ago today, every poll showed the UCP headed for a catastrophic and historical defeat. So I don't know, should the UCP, how down should they be on themselves if they lost a good number of seats?
Well, it's unfortunate. They're going to lose some caucus members. There's been some turnover, but it's been pulled out of the fire. And Premier Smith has, as Nigel said, a mandate. No more of this undercutting. No more saying she doesn't deserve to be there. She took it to Albertans, and now she has a majority mandate to act on what she's been promising and to govern. I think it's time to push back against it's been like that since the leadership began, with every tall forehead and academic, everyone else saying Danielle Smith was going to be a disaster. Well, I believe it hit a low of 22% support under Premier Kenney at one point, and to having a majority government at this point, this is doing quite well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a few things are going back and forth. Actually, let's go to Dave Naylor in the newsroom right now. Dave, I know there's been some shifts going around. The UCP has actually taken the lead for the first time, I think, in Lethbridge East, but has actually fallen behind the NDP by a little bit in Banff-Kananaskis. Oh, we cannot hear Dave. We are not hearing Dave right now. All right. Are we going to be able to get sound for Dave?
Sorry, I blame James for that one. Yeah, the NDP has staged a stunning comeback in Banff. They're now ahead by 330 votes or so. So I think you were right to be cautioning us on that one. And Acadia is also extremely close. 78 votes, I think, between the two of them, with Tyler Shandro in the lead. And there's only one more polling station to go on that one, Derek. Overall, we got 1,564,000 votes counted. That's 91% of all polls reporting. And it's currently 50-37 for the UCP.
All right. Yeah, there's just a couple of these races that are on a knife's edge, none of which will change the ultimate outcome of the election. It'll change how good a night individual candidates and MLAs have, but won't change things necessarily overall. Let's talk about, we haven't talked too much about Edmonton. Edmonton's been the least talked about part of Alberta, I think, because it's just been taken for granted. The NDP is going to sweep the whole thing. And they did. We talked about Calgary, and everyone talked about Calgary ad nauseum for a good reason, because that was where it was decided. But there were some couple battles around that mattered if the NDP was going to have a path to victory. Banff-Kananaskis, maybe Lethbridge East, the donut around Edmonton. Edmonton proved to be the orange fortress, but they got stuck inside that wall. They did not get out. They held St. Albert, but they picked up only two in the entire Edmonton region. They picked up Edmonton Southwest, taking out Deputy Premier Casey Madhu, and they took Sherwood Park, taking what's his name?
Sure, who was there?
Yeah. Anyway, they took Sherwood Park. They didn't take Strathcona Sherwood Park. They didn't take anything else. They got restricted completely to Edmonton there. They did take the donut. But it is quite a feat to take every single seat in Edmonton, as they did the time they formed government in 2015, Nigel.
It's not actually a good thing. It shows the extent of the division in the province. I mean, there are two very different visions of how the province should look, how it should operate, how it should perform. And you've got this collectivist vision in Edmonton, and outside in the rest of the province, they want to do things differently. This is going to be the challenge for Premier Smith going forward, is to bring people along. I mean, let's be realistic about our expectations. She's not going to turn the orange fortress into the blue fortress, but She has to.
Hold on a second. I want to go back to Dave in the newsroom on Calgary Bow. Calgary Bow, Drew Farrell and the NDP have actually just taken the lead. Dave, can you give us how many polls are left to report in Calgary Bow?
3 polls to go in Calgary Bow, and Drew Farrell is up 8,847 to 8,664. So she's got almost a couple hundred vote lead with 3 polls to go.
You know, this is funny. Some of the bellwethers, they've been flipping back and forth all night. The NDP could still win some of these really key bellwethers and not win. Acadia, even if they win Acadia, Bow, they're still not taking it.
Well, we knew this was how it was going to be when we started, that there were a dozen or so seats in Calgary that could go either way.
Mm-hmm.
And we said that the NDP would have to win 9 of them. And the UCP just had to hold 3 or 4 of them. So that's how it's turning out.
Yeah, it looks like they squeaked by in Calgary Edgemont too. All the one poll remaining, but they're leading 11,419 to 11,243. So Panda is going to have to pick up at least a few hundred votes, and then 1 poll remaining if he wants to. So
yeah, and Panda was elected for the first time, I think, in 2017. So
he was in the by-election replacing Prentice.
So that was called Calgary Foothills at the time, but there was a redistribution. There's another riding called Calgary Foothills, but it was all kind of chopped up. He was elected in the by-election replacing because Jim Prentice never actually took his seat, so he never technically resigned it, just never accepted the seat. I guess it was never heard of anything like that.
Yeah.
But then he ran and won the seat for the Wild Rose. So, he's been there for a while, and he'd run for the Wild Rose actually for the first time in like 2012 under Danielle Smith.
I think he might have been the last Wild Roser still in there.
Huh?
Is there anybody else who was an original Wild Roser still in caucus right
No,
now?
he was never. There is no. Drew Barnes was the last original Wild Roser.
Well, along with Prasad. Well, he wasn't original, but Prasad was a Wild Roser. I'm just saying there's no other Wild Rosers left. None.
No, there are people who were Wild Rose MLAs. Todd Lowen.
Oh, sorry. Thanks.
Yeah, there's a few. You got
Todd, Brian Jean, yeah, was in and out. Yeah.
Brian Jean.
Danielle Smith.
Danielle Smith.
Okay. There just aren't too many remnants of that original caucus anymore longer anyways, but look at that couple in there.
Okay, well, I guess we'll just give time for final thoughts before we wrap it up. We don't want to abuse the time of our viewers, but final thoughts from you, Corey.
It's been a long night, but the decision's done. It's over, and she does. Premier Smith has a majority. I'm going to write about that. She's got to treat it like one. It's no more pussyfooting around either. Right? No more apologizing for being conservative.
Yeah. That's so true.
Nigel, your closing thoughts.
I just hope the party gets behind her, and that the people who have their own private ambitions save it for another day, and we actually get things done. This province needs what this government can deliver if it's allowed to, which is a strong stance towards Ottawa when Ottawa comes calling.
All right. Well,
wish her good luck.
It's quite an evening tonight. I guess another miracle on the prairies. Smith pulling this one out of the fire.
You bet.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. I want to thank our whole team, all of our reporters, Dave Naylor, Arthur Green, Jonathan Bradley, Sean Polzer, all the other staff in the background, Regina Shakurova, Nick Weeb, and of course our broadcast editor, Nico Abote. And all of our guests, we've had just so many people coming through here. I'm definitely leaving out a ton of people, but I want to thank everybody for their contribution tonight to giving an independent view of Alberta's election here. And I think we may have actually been the first media to call this, as hesitant as I was. Thank you all very much for joining us on this special Alberta election broadcast. We'll see you soon. God bless.